Gang's all here. Okay, welcome everybody. This is the Board of County Commissioners regular meeting. It's Wednesday, September 11th, 2019. I want to just start by recognizing what an auspicious day this is, and there's a lot of emotion and tension in our community. There's a memorial going on concurrently over at the firehouse, and already hundreds, if not thousands, of people are gathering over there. We're going to miss that for our meeting today, but we do want to recognize the gravity and the solemnity of the occasion. So I'm going to start right off the bat just with a little moment of silence. If we could all just a little bit of a moment to reflect on how fortunate we are to live where we are in this valley, and how connected we are to the world. We're not so remote that these things don't affect us quite clearly. So just a moment of silence. Okay, thank you. That was brief. Thank you. All right, I want to start with additions or deletions to the agenda.
No additions or deletions to the agenda.
Okay, great. That's easy. I'm going to go to public comment right now. We have some special guests here. I'm going to line them up and get them going first because they have to be back at school by 12:20 or so. So if you wouldn't mind the first public comment, please come up. You can have up to 3 minutes per person to speak, but I think it's probably briefer than that. And you can fill these chairs, and if you need to pull a chair up, you're welcome to. And we'll just have to put you in front of a microphone. Yeah, Leo, grab a chair. You can slide up. This works?
Yeah, absolutely.
And thank you. And the way we start is if you'd introduce yourself first, and then tell us what you want to say, and at the end we'll submit your comments for the public record to Jeanette here.
Is Grassroots going to put them on the screen so that...
And make sure to introduce yourself too, just so people all know who you are. And I see familiar faces here. Welcome. Please start. Whoever's first.
Okay. Hi, my name is Lily Justice, and I would like to first thank you all for letting us do our little thing here. We represent students from the Aspen School District and Country Day School. We are here today to request that the Pickens County joins towns and cities across the country by declaring a climate emergency. Specifically, we would like you to view the recent climate resolution passed by the town of BOCC. This is an excellent example for you to consider as you go forward with the resolution.
My name's Eska. There are many things that we can all do to reduce our impact on the climate. And we know that Pickens County has already been taking leadership role in these efforts. But we all know we can do more. A recent BBC article says social scientists have found that when one person makes a substantially oriented decision, other people do too.
I'm Willow, and the Climate Emergency Declaration is not just a hollow resolution, and there are many ways in which the city and county can take action, such as reducing or eliminating all single-use plastics. We can transition local vehicles to electric more rapidly. We can adopt solar in our homes, neighborhoods, and businesses. We can reduce our consumption of animal protein. We can vow to take fewer air trips each year. We can purchase carbon offsets for the air trips we do take, and we can all work with groups like CORE to make our homes more energy efficient.
I'm Isabella Postman. As students, we are helping this problem by joining a global movement, school striking on September 20th, to protest for more action against climate change, and we invite caring citizens of all ages to join us. These are some of the positive actions that the county and its citizens can do on behalf of our future and future generations. We must politely insist that you take this issue with the utmost seriousness by declaring a climate emergency and then taking action.
I'm Elsie Weiss. Thank you. Respectively submitted by Elsie Weiss, Eska Renau, Lily Justice, Claire Anderson, Willow Postman, Leo Renau, Zala Smalls, Isabella Postman, Lucas Smalls, Kenny McPhee, Avery Lieb, Katie Maeve Hicks, Edwin Ryerson, Andrew Purley, Chase Kelly, Gabby Yaturi, Natalie Wessner, Mia Wells, Caden Ramsey, Hannah Smith, and a growing list of students.
Thank you.
And we would like to submit this for the public record.
Okay,
Thank
Jeanette will take that if that's it.
We
Fantastic.
have an extra copy if anyone wants to submit this off.
Keep it for the, okay, we have a couple more coming up
I just
too.
want to ask Chairman Postman here if he would help us to get this discussion on a work session coming soon so we can discuss the climate action emergencies that's been passed by other cities and counties across the country.
It's a great suggestion. I certainly would do that. Okay, and Steve?
I'd like to make a comment. A constituent riding up on the bus with me today reminded me that there were 2 Aspen high school students who were responsible for the mall being here in Aspen. They came up with the idea, they took it to the city council, they lobbied for it, and we have a really nice mall as a result of 2 students taking action.
We got the
And
ball
so,
rolling.
all of you taking action, I hope that the results you get are equally as impressive as getting a mall on a much grander scale. So thank you.
Thank you guys for coming. We really appreciate you taking the time. to
Thank
come.
you.
Thanks.
Thanks for coming in.
Now back
We've
to
got a couple.
school.
Yeah, there are a couple more coming up. Welcome.
Oh.
Thanks for coming. Have a seat, please. So great to see you here.
Thank you for this opportunity to share our thoughts.
Tell
My
me your,
name
oh, thank you.
is Avery Lieb.
And my name is Katie Mae Hicks. As students at the Aspen Country Day School and on behalf of all kids in our community concerned about climate change, we support efforts to declare a climate state of emergency in Pickens County. In addition, we know the BOCC will be hearing public comment on the solar array project September 25th, and we wholeheartedly support this.
Related to the solar array project, we also would like Pickens County to support HR 763, the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act. We have detailed this statement in a letter we are handing to each of you. We appreciate your time in hearing us today and reading our letter. Thank you again for being leaders in our community and on urgent climate change issues that particularly affect our generation.
Thank
Wow.
you.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
ladies.
Thank you.
If you can hand that to Jeanette, we will certainly take that into consideration. It's going to be on a future work session. I'll
She will
promise you
pass
that.
them around to us.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank
Well
you,
done,
guys.
everybody. You've got to get back to school, we understand. If you wouldn't mind, we'll let you clear the room, and then we'll get back to our meeting. Thank you all so much for coming. There we go.
That was fun.
Okay, Jeanette, you've got everything from them? Okay, we're going to keep moving, folks. Public comment is still open. If you please come on down. If you want to make a 3-minute public comment, come on up.
My name is Lee Mulcahy. First, I'm very grateful to be your neighbor. Grateful to have exhibited at the the Redstone's 24th Labor Day opening reception, and grateful to saw Patty at the Saturday Market. As a chamber member, I am allowed 1 Saturday Market per year, and I'm grateful to have exhibited there. As you guys are aware, I've been in many times presenting this 2014 guidelines, the ones that I was under, the ones that APSHA failed to follow. And I understand from the sheriff, George, that you have requested police presence, law enforcement here during public comment. Is that true?
We have in the past, yes.
And he said,
We're not, hey, we
Public
don't,
comment.
we're just public comment, Lee. Sorry, we're not doing question and answer here. Thank you.
well,
You know the rules.
well, certainly, but I mean, we're a community, and if there is one thing that I have been in here time after time is asking for a peaceful resolution for dialogue, for just to get on an agenda item, because I think there's serious constitutional issues that are present in my particular case. But unfortunately, Mr. Newman does not want to give my family a hearing. And unfortunately, he gets his advice from an attorney, which I would say at the very least is controversial. And I'll leave plenty of examples because I only have 3 minutes, but this is an attorney who was fired by the city of Basalt. It's an attorney who advised them wrongly and they raised taxes illegally. They're dealing with, I think for what it was 11 years or something. It's an attorney that charged $42,000 in fighting the Aspen Times for regarding a Cora, and then had to pay the Aspen Times legal fees, which I think were over $75,000. This is an attorney that is frankly famous for suing citizens. When government sues citizens, I think that we all, especially for doing something like a Cora request. A Cora request is asking for transparency in government. We need to be aware of this gentleman's advice, and he is the attorney for APSHA. He's been the attorney for APSHA for 35 years, and we're moving to a situation, unfortunately, unless the federal courts intervene, where we're going, I'm in contempt of court for not selling. And I am perfectly willing to peacefully surrender and serve my sentence. But we will not, Mr. Newman, we will not sell a house that we built ourselves based on an illegal, premature notice of violation. The court has never addressed this. APSHA has never addressed this. That's why we're here to ask for just to get on your docket to examine this. I think that's the least that we could do. Thank you for the time. I hope I didn't go over.
Thanks, Lee.
Thank you, Lee.
John Peacock, can we raise the blinds?
Oh, raise the blinds,
And-
thank you. Okay, public
Can I ask
comment?
why we're not being on grassroots? Just,
Oh, what, are we not?
well, it usually
Grassroots is
shows.
on, you're live, right?
We're live, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
This is based on your laptop.
Yeah,
Okay.
it just shows the
Right.
presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't see ourselves.
I was
on
hoping that the
Grassroots.
girls would have been up on the big screen.
Oh, sorry, didn't do that.
It's okay,
Public comment, is there any other public comment?
but the grandparents
Okay,
wanted to see.
I see no other public comment. We're going to go to commissioner comments. And if we could, I just wanted to bring it back to Patty. You requested that we put this concern of the kids on a future agenda. Do I need to discuss that?
We can do it in open discussion later, but I
okay, we
think
could do
John
it,
got it.
okay.
I think that we're good there.
Okay, we're
Yeah,
good. Thank
and I
you.
just want to again thank you for the moment of silence. And I know there's a memorial, or they always do over at the fire station. And I'm sorry that we couldn't be over there today to show our support for those, for all of those who are still suffering from and realizing the impacts of 9/11, as this country did then. And it doesn't get any easier as the years go by. It still is a strong remembrance of where we were that morning, where we were all sitting and watching the TV and watching this unfold before us. So I just want to keep all those people in our thoughts and prayers.
I would love to add to that I walked by just before our meeting and spoke to the fire chief and expressed our remorse that we couldn't be there with them, and that we were there in spirit. And the thing that struck me most is watching the people starting to flow in from all parts of town, where the expressions. It's clearly we're all still grieving from this, and that'll be with us probably forever. So thank you for saying that, Steve.
I will never forget where I was when the Columbine High School shooting took place. I was teaching at Carbondale Community School, teaching first and second graders. And at that point, I realized that I, as a man teacher in a school with mostly women teachers, if there was an incident in the school, I would be one of the people who was big enough and strong enough to be able to potentially tackle somebody, get them to stop doing an incident. And that changed my whole way of thinking, that from that point on, that any time I was in a classroom, I always would think, what do I do if there's an emergency? I would think through it ahead of time. I was also at the community school when the 9/11, when the planes hit the Twin Towers. And we saw the first responders rushing into danger, and that's what first responders think through things ahead of time. What do you do in an emergency? You go to danger and you try to make it better because you're trained for it. You've thought it through ahead of time, and they disregard their own personal safety to try to help other people. And that day, more than 400 first responders died in the Twin Towers, and many have died since then from their health issues that came from that day. So both those days, Columbine High School shooting and the 9/11, both are, really stuck in my head on how it really changed my life and how I think about emergencies.
Any other commissioner comment? Kelly?
Sure, I have some comments on a couple of different topics. I just want to take a moment to remind users of our wonderful public lands to be attentive and respectful of how those lands are being used. I just recently read something in the paper about a referral to kind of off-season lackadaisical attitudes. And, I experienced that a little bit firsthand in my Labor Day hikes with my family out at Avalanche Creek. That is a trail in particular that requires leashed dogs, and all but one dog that we ran into on that trail was not leashed, including some accompanied by equestrians, which I don't know how they would have managed to have a leashed dog while riding a horse. And that's an area that we're really sensitive to wildlife concerns over there, and the rules are very clearly posted with explanations of why it's important to adhere to that rule and to have etiquette for other trail users, including to limit interactions and disturbances with wildlife, as well as to maintain a peaceful experience for people who are using the Forest Service lands, which was not the case for my 2-year-old, who got pretty intimidated by these same-sized animals bounding towards her through the woods. So I just would, encourage people to really stop and read the rules at all the trailheads, because they are different from trail to trail, and understand why they're in place, and to be respectful users of our public lands and backcountry. And then I also want to just take a moment to kind of raise some awareness. September is Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month. This is a disease that hits very close to home for me. My mother died at age of 52, having been diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer. This disease is frequently referred to as a silent killer because the symptoms of it are very incongruent. There are things like bloating and constipation and sore back and feeling of fullness, things that are pretty indescript with regards to early onset symptoms of that disease. So in many cases, it's not diagnosed until it has advanced into stage 3 and 4. And at that point, the 5-year survival rate goes down to less than 30%. Whereas if it's caught early with new treatments, 90% of patients can survive. So, I would just encourage women and their partners and families to not ignore some symptoms that may just not feel right, and to, be proactive and not dismissive. I think in my mother's case, she was such a caretaker for so many other people, kind of ignored her own needs, even despite working in the medical fields and having direct access on a daily basis to care and diagnosis opportunities. So, our community health program here has a Well Woman program that can answer questions and help direct people to, the appropriate doctors to help with any research and diagnosis of such a disease. It is, it's a tough one to detect. There's not a blood test that can be used for on a consistent basis, there's often false positives associated with it. And so you really need to visit a doctor and kind of have your symptoms evaluated and investigated. So I just would encourage, all women and anyone who is a partner to women to, keep that in mind and just, flag it if you have any concerns. So thanks for letting me take that time.
Thank you, Kelly. That's informative. George?
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to set the record straight. Mr. Mulcahy seems to think he's given me more power than I believe I have. I am just one of 5 commissioners here. I'm just one of 5 newly elected appointed members of APSHA. So the decision does not lie solely with me in terms of Mr. Mulcahy's constant requests. I'd also like to reflect back on today, September 11. It's been 18 years. We're still at war in Afghanistan, the longest war we've ever been in, with no sight of that ending. And it is a somber day. It's a day that I think for all of us, our lives change how we view the world around us, our safety, our appreciation of those, as Steve mentioned, first responders, as people were fleeing out of the Twin Towers, people were fleeing inside, which is just an extraordinary picture, as I recall as well. So we live in a different world now since September 11th, which is unfortunate, and we're still constantly trying to adjust. So we should all remember.
Great. Thank you, George. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I want to say anybody who makes a public comment is actually speaking not only to an individual or our entire board, but they're actually speaking to the entire community. The entire community is listening. It's going on the public record. And remember that any comments you're making are really focused on the entire community. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move right along here. Going into consent items. We have minutes of the regular meetings of July 24th, August 14th, August 28th, and the special meeting of August 27th.
I'll just make a comment. Jen and I have had some discussion about some minimal corrections. Didn't think it necessary to bring forward, so we've cleaned that up.
Thank you.
And so I would like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Is that discussion?
And I do have one other minor change. At the meeting where there were 4 of us there, and Jeanette got it right on all but one of them. It's on page 8 of the packet.
We already corrected that.
Is that one corrected?
That's
so
great.
the 5 is turned to 4?
Beat you to it.
great.
And I even
So that
corrected the spelling of your name, Steve, so I got you.
Extra
I
credit
missed
here.
that one.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, moving now into individual consideration items. First reading is set for public hearing on September 25th. And up first, we have resolution approving third quarter budget supplemental requests. And Connie Baker is in the dock, in the chute, ready to go.
Good afternoon. I'm Baker, Budget Director. The third quarter budget supplemental requests will increase the county's overall expenditure budget by $5,348,200. The general fund portion of this is $153,200. The majority of the cost is in the airport fund. There are a number of requests. The first 2 are from our facilities department. One regards the extra costs that they sustained this year for snow removal at the Health and Human Services building. They're asking for a budget increase of $28,400. Then electricity for this building and for the Basalt River Park Center building. Their budget estimates in 2020 were too low. They didn't have good data to base that off of, and so we're asking for an increase of $49,800 to set the budgets right to match the current usage in those 2 buildings. In our fleet shop, a project was already budgeted last year and carried forward to repair the floors in the Fleet building. However, due to the whole Public Works lot repaving and project and fuel station, this got delayed. There was also a change in scope and then an increase in pricing. And so they're asking for an additional $75,000 to complete this project. At the Solid Waste Center, there's a request for $380,000 for stormwater cover replacement. This is to entirely replace a stormwater cover that was faulty, and they're hoping that through litigation they may be able to recover the costs of this new stormwater cover. Then for open space and trails, Aspen Valley Land Trust Conservation Plan has requested a contribution of $25,000. And then another contribution was requested from Open Space and Trails to pay a third of the cost of retiring the Upper Crystal River grazing allotment. And so the third share of that would be $32,000.
Hey, Connie, could I stop you right
Sure.
there? This is before we get to the airport, which is next on the list. I just wanted to make a comment for anybody listening who's just tuned in that we've gone through all these numbers in a work session previously, and so the reason you're not getting a lot of questions here today is because this has been gone over fairly thoroughly already. So we're formally approving it. There may be questions at the end of this, but I just wanted people to understand that if they're just tuning in.
Yes, thank you for the reminder. And then the two largest projects are with the airport. There's a project for the parking lot. This is to increase the parking spaces by removing berms and doing some reconfiguration. And this is a budgeting increase of $2,355,000. Then an interim terminal project, and Chris outlined the different areas and showed that all on the map, both for the parking and the terminal yesterday when he was here to present. The terminal project is $2,403,000. So again, the total cost is $5,348,200.
If you wouldn't mind if I can start this, if there are other questions, just to reiterate a little bit from yesterday, the airport fund is a separate thing, right?
Yes.
Tell me, how does that differ from our general fund, and who's paying for all this?
So the airport fund receives no tax dollars. It is only through revenues that are generated by the airport, whether that's fees that people buying airline tickets pay that get passed on to airports, or revenue from businesses, restaurant, or airlines, rental car companies within the terminal. So the taxpayers of Picken County do not contribute any money to the airport fund. That is kept separate from the general fund.
Right.
I want to tag on to the two issues with the airport. I think the public needs to be aware that the one regarding the parking, it's because of all the concerns we've had about the parking lots being full. We realize there's some berms out there in the middle of the parking lots that really were there for a reason we don't know. They are not a reason now to be kept. So we're going to look at reconfiguring those parking lots, opening more parking places. So it's to address the concerns of the public as to the lack of parking when they go to park at the airport. And the other one has some concerns with TSA as far as baggage, and where do we put baggage when it comes in and there's no space to store it when it's being shipped in on trucks because it couldn't get on the airplanes. So we had to have some security reasons there. The other is to be more efficient with baggage processing, and the other was for security reasons for passengers who have come in through the screening and need to wait until their flights are, they can get on their planes. And we had some concerns with some fire regulations, and we needed to add more space. So want the public to know that we are addressing issues at the airport now based on current concerns and grow and needs at this time. It has nothing to do with any future plans. It's things that we have to do now to address those issues. And I think John Peacock is looking at me like.
And Pay, if I could just add on to that, the issue that's really driving this is when the fire code limits were set, particularly in the sterile boarding area. It was based on the total square footage of that space. It did not consider the furniture and fixtures that were in the space that take up. And so as we were watching peak periods, we did ask for the fire marshal to reevaluate because it did not look safe with the maximum number of people in there. And the fire marshal did come back and say that the furniture and fixtures had not been included, which should have been included, which dropped the capacity of that sterile hold area. So this project is to replace that capacity that we thought we had in the sterile boarding area. It is not to grow that capacity.
And I wanted to make one other comment on another one of the items. I think it's important to note for the retirement of the grazing allotment. That is, I think, really was something that came to Pickens County's attention during the planning process for the Crystal River Trail issues, was the health of the bighorn sheep. And we said we were concerned about that and we would follow up on that. This is to separate out domestic grazing of sheep, so there's a separation between the native, some of them are truly native sheep there, the bighorn sheep, from the domestic sheep, to keep the transmission of mostly respiratory pathogens from the native sheep, the bighorn sheep, from the domestic sheep. And it was voluntary from the family, and I'm missing their name.
Sperry.
The Sperry family voluntarily agreed to find another place to graze their sheep, which is somewhere over McClure Pass. So there'll be a separation between the differences in the herds of sheep. So we really appreciate that family's efforts to help us. And this is, I guess you could say it's Pickens County putting their money where their mouth is, and we said we would do something to protect those native herds, those local herds of bighorn sheep, and we're doing so.
And the area of land in question, that grazing allotment, was huge. It was, several fingers of land going up and down valleys through areas, but it was about, I'm thinking almost 20 miles north to south and 30 miles east to west when you look at the actual terrain that this is involving. And we've basically eliminated that from the grazing allotment for, hopefully, this will help give a boost to the bighorn sheep population. And there's still place for the other domestic sheep to graze far enough away. I think the only people or the only ones who might regret this whole thing would be the bighorn rams, who probably like having.
Well, they said they get a little too frisky sometimes.
Okay, thank you very much. Where were we? Sorry.
I will do a motion to approve.
We've got a motion to approve.
Second.
And I will, and this is set for public hearing and second reading on September the 25th.
Yep, September 25th. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Connie.
Thank you for coming in, Connie.
I don't see Dale here. Is he doing?
Dale was here a minute ago.
Oh, he's over in the corner.
He's here. All right. Okay, up next we've got.
That's my familiar team.
An ordinance
Dale and Zivi.
authorizing a boundary agreement with the Colorado Department of Transportation for the North Star property. Dale Will and Lindsay Etter, welcome.
Thank you. Well, this is a pretty technical issue. It concerns the boundary between the state highway right-of-way for Highway 82 as it passes the North Star Preserve and the James H. Smith open space that's immediately adjacent. North Star is really regarded by the public as one property, I think, at this point. But in following up in regard to some of the issues with parking and congestion out there, it came to our attention that the deed the county has for both North Star and for James H. Smith, which is co-owned by the city of Aspen, that the state highway right-of-way actually encroaches into the legally described property on those two deeds. And that has made it more difficult for us to administer the properties. We now have an agreement with CDOT where their boundary actually is based on the location of the asphalt as well as the cut slopes and the culverts and all of that sort of thing. And the agreement that we have that would be authorized by this ordinance is simply a recognition by the county, and we'll have to have this corroborated by the city council as to that portion that touches that jointly owned property, recognizing the prior ownership of the state to that edge. And I don't know if Lindsay, really the staff person that has assembled all of this information with our surveyor, do you have anything to add?
No, I think the goal here is to help facilitate moving forward the ability to manage that boundary better. Right now, as you guys are aware at North Star, there's a lot of boundary and ownership situations. This will help clean up one of them to help us manage the property better in the future.
Do we have a map?
We do.
I thought you might ask that.
I knew you would. I said
It's pretty technical, but
I don't.
Oh, sorry, George, go ahead.
Lindsay, while you're pulling that up.
Yeah.
So will this help as you work on your updated North Star management plan for next year?
Yeah, so the 2015 management plan had an action item that said work on the parking and the congestion around the takeout. And this has taken a few years to get to this new boundary. So there's some things in the old management plan that will probably be carrying forward through the new management plan that haven't been accomplished yet, and the parking's part of that. Here, I can pull up this stuff. But yeah, honestly, CDOT's been great. They understand that there's things out there that we need to work with each other on. And so the next step would be working with CDOT on a special use agreement within the right-of-way to manage the recreation. This is something they apparently have in other locations, specifically for this sort of situation with river users, because this happens all over the state. And so that would be the next step with us and them, is to come to an agreement on what that looks like within that special use agreement. So like maintenance, management, the ability to enforce, things like that.
So when it comes to enforcement, our open space and trails rangers have the ability to enforce and have the ability to ticket through the sheriff's department. But since this is a state highway, will the state patrol get involved in this at all or aid us?
I can't, go ahead.
We just happened to have a little meeting with the caucus last night, and Joey DeSalvo was present. I certainly don't want to try to speak for the state patrol, but certainly by delineating the boundary between the state right-of-way and the county's open space, it will make it more it will expedite the enforcement of motor vehicle infractions by those responsible for state highways, which would be our sheriff as well as the state patrol, versus open space property infractions, which are subject to Title 12 and enforced by our rangers. But part of our problem here is if there's a motor vehicle problem, our rangers don't have authority to address those things, and because of this problem with this boundary, we've got kind of a no man's land out there at the moment.
All right, thanks.
Is the current highway alignment and the surveyed highway alignment actually on that map? Just
Yeah.
to give people an idea. It's pretty interesting to see where they have it surveyed. Just might help people visualize this.
So part of the issue is that in this section there was a deeded right-of-way, which is that dashed dotted line. There's two of them on there.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
The
Sorry.
pavement, the asphalt in this situation is light gray. That weaves in and out of that deeded right-of-way throughout the corridor. So keeping in mind, we're only focusing on the portions of that touch our property. And so in working with CDOT, they like to have everything that supports the structure and function of the highway plus 16 feet. So that's any side slopes, that's any culverts, that's a side slope that supports a trail and then supports the highway plus a culvert. That parking areas that are the same elevation as a highway, but then have a side slope that supports that. So keeping in mind that boundary weaves in and out depending on the structure of the highway. Because that's our understanding and agreement, and frankly, when it was acquired, kind of the understanding and agreement, but it was not reflected legally. This just cleans up our boundary agreement with CDOT. It does not clean up the opposite side of the boundary, the opposite side of the highway, or any situations up or downstream from here.
And this is the full extent of North Star.
Correct, yeah, sorry.
We did have more than a few lengthy discussions last night with the East of Aspen Caucus, and a gentleman from CDOT was there, Andrew.
Yeah.
He's the engineer. I can't remember his last name. Knapp?
Yeah.
He was great. He was very patient. He was very clear on his statements. And he said that as of current, and as of has been current since 50s when they put paved the highway, whatever, it's not in the true alignment in many, many places along that section and all the way to Independence Pass probably. So bit by bit, and they said it's a huge engineering task to go out there and try and figure it out, and then what would you do? Because you're not going to move the highway. So it's a long process, so this is cleaning up just this one portion, and there are many questions by the residents on the other side as to where people can park and how they can park and where's the right-of-way and where's their property. And so there's still a lot of questions out there, but this is a step in cleaning up at least the county's property. So thank you for doing so.
And as public pressure grows, use pressure grows on this, it's becoming more important to everyone,
yeah.
clearly. So thank you. Thanks for doing this. Questions?
I will make a motion to approve and set for second reading and public hearing on September the 25th.
Do I have a second on that? We've got a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. Okay, up next, we have a resolution adopting a memorandum of understanding between Pitkin County and the State of Colorado Governor's Office of Information Technology, the OIT, Public Safety Communications Network, PSCN, for shared communication sites of Hunter Creek, Loge, Snowmass Village, and Williams in the state of Colorado. And Phyllis is here.
Hi there. Phyllis Mattice, Deputy County Manager. This memorandum of understanding is initiated at the state, and this has been part of our plan all along. It's the public safety 800 megahertz DTRS radio system. What this does is turn over the equipment, the communication equipment only, the electronics, to the state of Colorado for a term of 25 years. State of Colorado then is responsible for all of the maintenance, the upgrades to it, as well as the replacement. A couple months ago, we did a budget supplemental of $200,000 to put equipment in at the Rudai site. So that is about the cost of the equipment. So when it needs to be replaced, it'll now be the responsibility of the state, and the county, along with the other public safety agencies, will not have to fund that cost. So it's a great advantage. They've been a really good partner for us. So these are 4 of the new sites that we put up. Hunter Creek, which you can actually see if you look out that way. Loge, sitting at the top of Highlands. Snowmass Village, there's a pole at the back of the town hall. That's where that one's located. And Williams, top of Williams Hill, one of the 2 communication sites up there. We do have another communication site at Elephant, and I'm trying to negotiate them to take that one over too, but they currently require access to the sites. The only access to Elephant is via helicopter, so we're working with them that since we regularly go up to that site and have helicopter access, that if we provide them transit to that site, that they maybe will take it over. So we're still working with them on that. But this is huge to have 4 sites. Currently, Crown Mountain and Ajax are already turned over to the state. So this will be 6 sites altogether.
And the cost of the equipment for each site is would it be in the 200,000 range? So
the
this
initial,
is a huge thing that they're taking off of our shoulders.
It's very huge. The life cycle of the equipment is about 8 to 10 years, so in 25 years it'll need to be replaced 2 to 3 times. We purchased it, began in 16 and 17 is when we purchased the equipment. And it was purchased through a cooperative agreement, partnership between all the public safety agencies. They all participated in the original costs of all the equipment when we were building the site, the towers. We're still responsible for the tower, the equipment, the generators, the infrastructure that operates it. But this is just the guts of the system.
Oh, go ahead, Kelly.
Has there been any issues or lessons learned from the state having control of Crown or Ajax?
They've been great. They've taken care of it all. There were some upgrades that were done to the system a few years ago, and they upgraded the equipment there. I think it was a software update. I'm not sure. They do have 2 techs that are stationed in Glenwood. They do serve an awful large area, but they've been able to respond when needed. They also take care of the regular outages that occur. We have one upcoming where they're doing some kind of upgrade, and there'll be an outage of, I think it's like 10 minutes on different sites. And they're really good with communicating to us, communicating to the techs or to dispatch. Sometimes they come and then dispatch communicates so everyone knows when the outages are and what's happening. And they've made it really easy for us.
Yeah, I did have a question about timeliness of maintenance or if we have issues with outages, but you just answered that. It's good to know because we'd hate for them to have to be coming from Denver only to delay any kind of, because this is emergency response, which is critical. And and I'm glad to hear that they're rotating that. It's still, you never know what's going to happen in that 10 minutes. So let's hope that it's a quiet time. Yes, be safe, really safe during that 10 minutes.
Go ahead, Kelly.
And then just looking at my packet, is the resolution serving as the MOU, or I don't have a separate kind of MOU document?
There should have been an MOU in the packet.
There's just a resolution.
And we will get you the MOU in the packet for second reading.
Thank you.
Would,
Good catch.
would you mind just just to reiterate, what is this radio frequency for? What is this being used for?
It's a public safety radio system. It's one operated throughout the state of Colorado. We were one of the last communities to switch from a VHF system, which was old, although we still maintained VHF, which we learned in the Lake Christine fire was really critical because the Forest Service operates on VHF. So that gave us that opportunity to communicate. And then so it allows communication on all the public safety radios. So when they're in their cars, when they have their radios on their person, they're able to communicate. It's the same radio system that's used in Eagle County, Lake County, Garfield County. So it's a real advantage when we have special events that occur here. Everyone can come here and speak because they're all on the same radio system. So it's been a real success. When we were first examining this back in, I think it's like 2014, 15, whether we should make the switch to this system, we thought it was going to be really expensive. And when the state of Colorado actually had funding to take this on in the out years, it really helped make the decision to switch because it was much more cost effective. I think we have about between $2.5 and $3 million over the year to build all the infrastructure and make the switch. When we were first looking at it, we were told it was $10 million. So it was quite a big difference when we made the decision that it was cost effective for everyone to do it.
Well, thank you for that. Appreciate that understanding. So this isn't anything new being sprung on us on the radio waves. This is an existing system that's being maintained and handed over and upgraded and improved. Thank you. Did we get a motion?
No.
I'll move to approve this resolution approving the MOU between Picken County and the state of Colorado for the Information Technology Public Safety Communications Network for shared communication sites.
I'll second and set for second reading and public hearing on September the 25th.
All in
With the
favor?
MOU attached.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thanks, Phyllis.
Thank you.
Thanks for that description. It's always helpful. Okay, moving on to individual consideration items, public hearings. Let's see, just want to make sure I'm getting everything right here. And this is public hearing, second reading, resolution repealing and replacing ordinance number 023-2006, establishing public parking fees at the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport. And Chris Padilla is here.
Afternoon.
Hi, Chris.
All right, so today, my name is Chris Padilla, I'm the airport controller. Today I'm gonna go over the parking rates and fees structure that we went over for the first reading. I'm just gonna go ahead and start off with a recap and then kind of work our way down into it. So first off, the driving factors, we eliminated curbside parking at the TSA, which has increased a lot of usage in the other lots, and we're trying to fix that problem with a cell phone lot, and trying to encourage people to use that. We have some visibility issues where the visibility of the pricing has actually increased usage because of the cheaper parking. Just as a new development, we found out that I think our parking lots are being advertised on bikers' websites. One of our ops guys actually got a picture of 7 bikers piling out of a van, and you can see our airplanes behind it, and he had to ask him, where did you get this? How'd you find out about this?
Oh.
So also historically in transitional months, we've had a 45 flight increase over June of 2018. The passenger increase in 2019 was, the passenger on numbers was 49,593. That's an 8.5% increase from last year, and a 34% jump from June 2017 for that transitional month. Now we're finding out that the day parkers from 1 to 12 hours is about 40 a day, and that's from a 6-month data set.
Hey, Chris, before you switch pages here, just wanted to go back to the very first item, that the TSA eliminated the curbside parking. I know that caused a lot of grief for people, and they took it out on airport staff. How is that situation? Are people getting used to this? And they understand this is the reality everywhere, right? It's not something that we're just coming up with to make their lives more difficult. It's happening everywhere.
It's getting better. Per our ops guys, it's getting better. There still are usually about, I want to say, 2 or 3 daily incidents where someone gets angry or cusses them out, or just walks away from their vehicle. But it is getting better, and I think this cell phone parking lot that we're presenting or proposing to move forward for our budget supplemental will definitely help out with that. And instead of, hey, just go ahead and just keep circling, so it'll help out.
I just want to clarify too, I don't know, Chris, if you're going to touch on this, but I'm going to touch on it for you now.
Right.
The cell phone parking waiting area, people will see them when you're driving into DIA. There's a section when you're pulling into DIA where you can actually stop, wait for whoever you're picking up at the airport to call you on your cell phone. You have to be in your vehicle with a cell phone.
Correct.
In this waiting area, so you can pull into that area, which is kind of where the old kiosk was, where the city you got your HOV parking permits when you came into town. There's a loop there, so you can pull in there, come back around. You don't have to leave the airport, go out on the highway to come back into the airport, swing by and pick up your person that you're supposed to be picking up at the airport when they are out of the terminal and waiting for you. So it means you don't have to park, you don't have to keep looping, you don't have to go home and come back. So there's a time frame so people actually have a space where they can wait on call.
Correct.
Literally.
And often, kind of going back to that, why are my arrows not working? Okay, so.
Time delay.
Yes, thank you.
This is the cell phone lot that we're are currently making. There's a few minor adjustments because of the new berms that we presented for the budget supplemental. But you guys had mentioned and brought up some good ideas last time, and that we've actually incorporated them within our plan to move forward. So, you know, working with legitimate passengers, if they are flying in that 12-hour period, that, you know, they can talk to our attendant and say, this is my boarding pass for today, it's legitimate. Okay, well, let's fix this problem for you. But we think,
So they reduce the rate for that parking time.
correct. The idea is to get people that are not using the airport for air travel to not use the airport as that parking. We also had suggested working with RAFTA on a
Thank
schedule
you.
board. So that actually came up on a separate line or a separate list that we are currently looking into, and even getting maybe some the real-time boards that they have at each bus stop, like say this bus is about to show up.
That would be great. Thank
And,
you.
And we did double check. We do have RAFTA schedules, and ACRA, who works at the airport for the guest services, they also help us, and they have been, you know, kind of not pushing, but championing.
Encouraging people to ride the bus.
Encouraging, thank you. Encouraging people to use RAFTA and helping them with the scheduling. The no idling signs at the cell phone lot, that was a good one. We are looking at putting the FIDS and BIDS, which are the flight information display systems and the baggage information display systems. So if a flight gets delayed, someone's sitting in their car, they can see that they may have to wait, you know, 10, 15 minutes longer. So that, just to keep them informed. If it's gonna be an hour, maybe you might wanna grab a sandwich, so. Then also, it was addressed too about putting in signage about campers moving to the buttermilk lot, which that was actually designated for. So, yeah, so we heard what you had to say, and
Great.
they're good ideas, so
Thank you.
we're
These
incorporating
are
them.
people who are going camping, not necessarily a camper van or a mobile home, but people who are camping, like out in the high country, they can go to the buttermilk lot, is what you're.
Correct.
Yeah,
Like
Correct.
the 4 mile, or the
Yeah.
4 loop,
Pass.
right.
4 pass loop, 4 mile.
Well, and currently we don't allow people to live out of a camper
In the
those
parking lot?
lots.
Right.
So,
I thought that's what you were, I thought, wait, that's a new one.
so yeah, that's kind of
Get
a.
it now.
That'll be there tomorrow now, that we.
Thank
We've had that issue and we've addressed it before, so.
Great.
Sorry, I didn't mean to skip through that, but just
No,
want to
you-
make sure we got that out there.
No, you're fine.
And this is another one we've deliberated many times and looked at it. This is our second reading on this for public reading. Okay, keep going.
So, the goals are to increase availability for flyers, decrease the commuters, or the ones not, really not intended for the lot. Daily revenue increases, there's gonna be a delay in actually looking at actually increasing the daily revenues at a much later date, specifically after the visioning process, because of the finances involved with that. And then providing a pickup area for delayed passengers, i.e. the cell phone lot. This is the current situation we have right now. We have Lot A in the red. The green are car rental lots, which are not used by our parkers. Lot B is also in the red, is our long-term economy lot. And Lot C is our overflow lot currently right now. Current rates are the first hour free, $2 for each hour, $12 max with a $75 lost ticket, Lot A. Lot B is the same, free hour, $1 each hour, $6 max, $75 for a lost ticket. So our new proposal is the first 30 minutes is free, the next 30 minutes in Lot A would be $2, and then the hours 1 to 2 would be $2. And this is really to encourage people to use the cell phone lot and to kind of keep that, have higher turnover in those lots A and B. You can see from the hours 2 to 12, it's gonna jump up to $6 an hour with a max of $40. If you stay there after 12 hours, then it drops right back down to the current rates of $12 and $6 a day. So it addresses the idea that you had with the boarding passes without having to have the boarding passes. If you're traveling, you automatically fall into that
'Cause
category.
I think one of our concerns was we were not only were we seeing people parking to ride their bikes, people parking to go hiking, taking the bus into town. We were finding that people were parking there to go into town because it was cheaper to park at the airport than to pay City of Aspen parking.
Correct.
So that was tying up users, the real users, the users that parking lots at the airport are created for, are those who are flying and using the airport. So this was the best way to address those non-flying public who are parking there and not hurting the people who are actually parking there with valid reasons to be using the airport.
Correct. And recent news as of last week, we found out too that I guess in the city of Aspen for a permit, construction permit, you have to supply a parking plan, and people were using the airport as part of their parking plan for those permits. So
and the city was
People are so creative.
yeah,
and the city was
I
the
say
was
people
the
are
city
smart, they're
approving
not
that?
dumb, but
And the city was approving a parking plan that used the airport parking? Do we
it
know
was
that?
either the city or the county. It was one of the permitting entities. So we this is fresh news, and so we are chasing down where that's coming from, and we also finding out that like the campers and the bikers, that people are posting like, hey, go park
we
at the
keep
airport.
thinking we've thought of it all, and then something new.
Well, we're setting the record straight that the airport parking is for airport users, not a intercept lot, a commuter lot, a
camping lot,
a
Building lot.
second car, third car
Building
parking
lot.
lot.
Yeah, correct.
Steve?
That's
So-
too funny.
So I still have one problem with, and it shows up on this chart that's showing here.
Mhm.
For the first 12 hours that the rates go up, there's still no incentive for people to not park there for multiple days if they're going on a bicycle trip or a backpacking trip, or conceivably even a contractor who needs to leave a vehicle overnight. They go ahead and park here, and on the second day then they get the low rate for their previous day and the days going forward. What I would like to see, not necessarily to change it now, but if there will still be people abusing it, I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna figure it out real quickly that if you stay more than one day, then you get the low rate, and so there's still no incentive to park somewhere else. What I would like to see is it be accumulative. The first 12 hours, you pay these high rates that are shown on here. Then the next day, maybe you just pay $6, but
You're still paying for that.
you're still
first day.
paying for that higher rate on the first day. And then that would truly be a disincentive for people who aren't flying on using the airport for flying.
Then we're hurting the public who's actually using the airport to fly.
Yeah, and we actually looked at that because we were thinking, the longer so that first day you pay that $40, and then you spread out that $40 the longer you stay. Well, for the person that's gonna fly in and do a 3-day trip or a 2-day trip, the businessman, which I think is a high percentage normally of the aviation industry, you're kind of dinging them on that 40-day, that first day, and then regular rates the next. So, and in that sense, it kind of encourages people that have, their second or third car, and they don't want to pay for a parking spot in town to go ahead and just leave it there for a month, and it doesn't really affect them as much as. So I mean, it's people are creative. They're going to get
creative.
Yeah, and
Part of our challenge is we don't have a good census of who's using the airport parking, and so we're learning things like it's included in permits. And by the way, I'd remind the public that we did make changes to the Buttermilk parking lot, so if there are needs for construction staging, there are opportunities there so that you don't need to use the airport parking lot for that purpose. But I think we're kind of in a profile of trying to come up with our best assessment of right now we're trying to control primarily for day use. And then we can measure and see what the impact of that is and come back to this board. And if in fact we're still dealing with picking alerts that the parking is full and that we still suspect there's non-aeronautic parking going on there, we can reassess the potential uses and maybe suggest a different solution. But we're right now, I think, focused on kind of the folks who are using it as almost like an intercept lot.
Right. thanks,
Yeah.
thanks for saying that, John.
Yeah, and I was gonna suggest that too, that let's go ahead and try this, we'll see how it works. Maybe we don't have any problem going forward then, and
Yeah, I agree.
that'd be
I
okay.
I mean, implementing this, I would say next time we run the numbers for the 6 months, I would expect to see a decrease in the 1 to 12 hour range of parking. And then if there's still a problem, then obviously there's another different issue at hand that we need to address.
Yeah.
Right.
Also, we'll have more parking because of the removing the dirt berms in
Correct.
there, so that's gonna change the dynamic too.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah, and we're really looking forward for that too. So.
Well, we look forward to hearing how it works.
Yeah,
We'll
so am
know.
I. I'm
We'll see you
as a
again.
numbers guy, I'm really looking forward to
Yeah.
that, to how that turns out. So, cell phone lot that we had just previously looked at, the additional improvements that we just addressed already, and the staff recommendation is to open up a public hearing and approve the resolution and to take effect immediately.
Right, thank you. With that, we can open a public hearing. Do we have other comments before? This is a public hearing. If anybody's here would like to speak on this topic, this is your opportunity. Raise your hand or come on down. If you're not, then we're gonna keep moving. Let's see, can I leave that opening? No, it looks like we're
Close it.
okay, I'm gonna close this and go back to George.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris, for working on this. I know we've had several different renditions of this coming back and forth to try to address the concern in terms of ensuring that these lots are used for our flying public and not for our general public. So I want to thank you and staff for coming up with, I think it's going to be a good solution. It's never 100%. There's always going to be 1 or 2 people that are going to try to find a way to scam the system, but I think this will be a great way to implement, get this started, and so we don't have to continue to see Pickens County alerts that the airport parking lots are full.
We've already cut down a lot.
And I'm on my way to the airport, and what am I going to do? So thank you.
No, I appreciate it, and I mean, I can't say that it's really us. It was a group effort. I have a list here that I want to make sure everybody gets credit. Kevin Summers from LAS, Mitch Ressor from the city, Rich Englehart, Silbernagel, sorry. I got David Pesniak and Brian Pettit. They all had, it was really a group effort in trying to figure out, what's the best solution, and then with your feedback, coming back with more of a creative solution.
And we'll let Kelly go then.
I just want to note that for this proposal, I think it was responsive to concerns that we heard from the public about not whacking people with drastic rate changes unexpectedly or without due notice, and this aligns with the current rate structure. But I do just want to reiterate what we heard from earlier work sessions, that these rates are far lower than what we're seeing at comparable sized airports, to the point of generating about 1/10 of the revenue of what some other airports might be generating at similar size. So it's still the best deal in town, I think.
Yep, we are.
For the flying public.
For the flying public.
Right.
But I think I'm going to assign our commissioners to try and game the system as best we can to see what the flaws are.
When my car gets towed, are you paying for it?
Hey, I walk to the airport.
I do have a comment, though.
Okay, Patty.
I want to thank the public. Well, I want to thank them in advance for doing just another change, and hopefully this, people will go through this process and they'll understand it. And please be patient with our staff and our contracted staff at the airport for parking issues. We have heard some horror stories of how people have been treated out there, and I'm sorry, it's just not acceptable. I know people get frustrated, they're in a hurry, they want to get on a plane or they want to get off the plane, but it's gotten pretty brutal out there. I mean, my mother would have washed their mouth out with soap a lot. So we want to be sure that people are respectful to the people who are just trying to abide by what TSA is requiring us to do now. So I want to thank the public in advance for understanding.
Our ops guys appreciate that. So.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're.
I would like to make a motion to approve this resolution.
Second.
We have a second, further discussion. Kelly?
Just the last point, that this takes effect immediately as opposed to standard resolutions, which would take effect 30 days out.
Yeah, and in that immediately, the idea really was we still have to get our signs out. We want to get some kind of information out there that this is happening. We just didn't think, it was the 30-day portion that we were really concerned about. So we wanted to make sure that we had that opportunity to be able to implement it before the 30 days, but start that process, and with your blessing, now that we have it, that it could be rolled out without a harsh,
The public education.
without a big
director.
stick. Just
Well done. Okay, I'm going to call a question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Chris.
Chris, thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks for listening, hearing me out.
Yeah, we're gonna be going out there and sneaking around trying.
We're gonna
figure-
see where you park at the airport.
You blocked all the four-wheel drive access and egress, right? To the
Well,
parking.
the ones that we've spotted, but I'm sure that there's
People
different ways
driving over the berms and.
Okay. Yeah. Individual consideration items up next, emergency ordinance and resolution confirmatory reading of the emergency ordinance, accepting a rockfall mitigation easement from Castle Ridge Associates. And is Gary here yet?
I moved, it's a continuance.
This item is actually going to be continued, Greg, to September 25th for noticing purposes.
So I will move to continue, but it is a public hearing, so we need to make sure we open it to see if there's any public who wants to comment.
Thank you.
So I will move to
Seeing none.
continue to September 25th, when we will be doing second reading and public hearing again.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Next, we have an emergency resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement with La Plata County for economic assistance eligibility services. Welcome, Sam.
Hey, Sam.
Hey there. So I'm Sam Lander-Casper. I'm the Economic Assistance Manager for Pitkin County. And we're here today to ask the board to conduct a confirmatory public hearing authorizing an intergovernmental agreement between Pitkin and La Plata counties for contracted economic assistance services. The emergency resolution was signed on August 14th. And the reason we brought this up as an emergency is because La Plata County was experiencing difficulty maintaining their casework due to staff loss. That has only gotten worse with the transformation process of the Colorado Benefits Management System did not go smoothly. So their need for assistance has increased, and we thought that this would be a great opportunity to show some goodwill to our fellow counties here in Colorado.
Thanks, Sam. John, could you just, how often does this sort of thing happen where counties help give each other services? Just want to.
Well, counties have different arrangements. Within our region, we actually have a pre-existing agreement, a shared eligibility technician to help with. Sam, you could probably explain this better than me, but help with surge or when there's needs of individual counties. One of the things, La Plata is not part of that arrangement, and I think they have a exceptional situation where they had some staff turnover as well as the challenges implementing the new system. And so it is very common for us to step up and provide mutual aid in a sense to our fellow counties. Likewise, we ask for it from time to time and have been the beneficiary of it. What this, I think, has pointed out to us, though, is the need to maybe have a discussion on a regional basis, to have some type of, for lack of a better term, mutual aid agreement ahead of time, so that we don't have to go through, either emergency resolution process or a 30-day process in order to provide that assistance. So I think that's something Nan's going to be talking about with the directors and in her area. So the requests don't come often, I think, Greg, but when they do, I think either we've received help or provided help 100% of the time.
Right, excellent. That's good to know. Thank you. George?
Does this require any travel for staff?
No, absolutely not. Our staff are able to conduct everything electronically. We utilize the same systems, so it was just a matter of requesting access for La Plata County cases, which the state will push through pretty quickly for us.
Okay.
Other questions? Steve?
Since this started on August 14th, how much of staff time has been taken doing work for La Plata County? And I realize it's overtime for them. They're doing it after hours.
Right, absolutely. So it is overtime. Our Pitkin County, we have 2 technicians who are participating. They do all of their Pitkin County work during normal work hours, and then they've been contracted for 5 hours of overtime each for this project. And actually, due to the CBMS Benefits Management System transformation issues, there hasn't been much work conducted. Up until this week, no one had been able to actually authorize any cases in the system, so everyone in the state's been dealing with their workload issues, and La Plata County was understanding about that. So right now we're just getting back up and running since everybody's able to get in now and actually authorize work. So that was an unfortunately timed hiccup in the whole process. Last time we'd spoken at Board of Social Services, the transformation had been delayed to hopefully avoid this issue, and that was not successful.
So will there be a massive catch-up?
Everyone's playing catch up right now, yes, and it's there's talks about that at the state level. They've been providing assistance. I believe they're talking about adjusting CSTAT measures once they know exactly how large the impact was.
Don't blame us for your error or your glitch.
We don't get a lot of wiggle room. Fortunately,
Yeah.
we our caseload's low enough that I don't think we took major hits here in Pitkin. There is definitely some delay for folks, but now that we're back up and running, we're getting caught up quickly. So,
Right, all right. I think you need a motion.
I'll move to confirm. I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a second.
Wait, did we open the
And there's
public
a
hearing?
Are we still?
Comment.
Did we open a public hearing?
You know what, I didn't on this.
We get to meet the La Plata County Commissioners occasionally. They live in a very remote part of the state compared to where we are here, and so they don't always make it to things in Denver that we go to, but occasionally they do. And I'm really glad that we're able to help them out. Sometimes they feel like they're part of New Mexico because it's easier to get to New Mexico than to other parts of Colorado.
absolutely.
So I'm really glad that we're able to help them from a distance here.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to just reopen this particular subject, public hearing, if anybody's here else to speak on this. I don't see anyone, didn't expect to, but we're going to close it back up again. I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thanks, Sam.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank
Sam.
you.
Good luck with the conversion.
Coming in, yeah. Okay, land use actions are up next. This is forwarding 2018 rural area residential GMQS scores for new lots and parcels. And Tammy's,
I'm gonna take that.
oh, Suzanne is here.
I'm here.
And Tammy's here also.
Everybody's here.
Tammy's coming too. So, thanks, Greg. Suzanne Wolf. This is just a step in the code that has to happen after the P&Z scores a growth management application. Their scores are forwarded to you by resolution during the appeal period to sort of put out notice that something has been scored and to provide the opportunity for an appeal. Once that appeal period has passed, then another resolution comes before you to grant the allotments. So no action is required on your part today. Just so you know a little bit of information on the application that was scored is for a property on Midnight Mine Road that is proposing to subdivide into 2 lots. So they asked for an 8,250 square foot allotment for the new lot that would be created. It met threshold, so that's what is forwarded to you by the P&Z. At the next meeting, then you would see a resolution to grant the allotment. Because it is a subdivision and they're at their conceptual submission review, you will see that application for the subdivision later in the fall. But at this time, basically, the procedure for the granting of the allotment is all we're dealing with.
Okay, that's the first one, right?
I just had, just so the public knows too, this is for the 2018 Rural Area Residential GMQS competition scoring. It just took this long to get because there was some further additional information that was needed for the applicants, and it just took a little longer to get through the process. And the second item, the second request was continued for the need for more information and further vetting before it could come.
Right. So, yeah, somewhat unusual that we're still dealing with 2018 at
I'm
this
like,
point.
these dates are all a year.
Right. They are correct. And again, those allotments, if, they don't end up being granted, the allotment goes away for that time period if they don't move
We
forward,
used
so
to,
they don't
we used to
roll over.
continue over from year to year to year until we realized that was kind of not the way to do it, so.
Suzanne,
George?
the GMQS requirements, or they get scored by, on a different scale of points for the GMQS for this area?
So we have rural area and urban growth boundary, and then we divide them up into new subdivision lots, parcels versus additional floor area. So there are similar scoring criteria for all of those, but some differences in how many points you have to get to meet threshold, depending if you're urban or rural. So maybe slight differences, but again, there are all those different scoring, separate competitions essentially.
Right, sometimes we get to see how they're scored, but I didn't have that here, so.
We haven't usually. I guess I would say that would be unusual if the score sheet had been presented. It's not. We don't usually forward that. I can certainly include it.
Well, I guess my question is,
See the points.
because we're providing them the ability to go above and beyond by right, the size of the home, 5750, and not utilizing a TDR to get to 8250.
So in this case, they have no right to start with because it's a brand new lot. So they don't have 5750 to start with. They have the opportunity through growth management competition to ask for an allotment. In that case, the allotment they've requested is 8250. So they're scored based on that request for 8250. So it's not, again, it's using competition versus a request to use. They need a new development right, I guess, is really the differentiation. They cannot use a TDR to establish a development right. So in this case, they're establishing a development right, and the request is to establish that as an 8250 development right.
So could they have asked for even a larger?
They could have. And that plays into the scoring. Zoning, would allow up to 15,000 square feet. They get points by reducing the request for the floor area based on what zoning would allow.
Do they get any points for any community benefit for larger homes?
Community benefit in terms of?
For the score. So I think in the urban area, as it gets scored for points, they're able to score points based on any community benefits for what they're providing.
Again, the scoring criteria, include, water, fire, roads, all of those things are part of the scoring system. Are you doing something that goes above and beyond what you would be required in the code? Open space preservation, all of those things are part of the scoring system.
Right, so I guess I'm just a little confused why automatically someone is eligible through GMQS to go above and beyond what's normally is by right, even though it's a new development, 5750. I'm missing something there. So why someone could jump up even to 15,000 through a GMQS without having to go through a process or
this is the
process,
process to obtain that development right. They're going through that scoring process.
Yeah. I think at some point I'd like to perhaps have a work session. This has been sort of a topic we've discussed in the past in terms of trying to look at GMQS and is it really working the way it has been intended to work, and do we need to revisit that?
Can I
I love that idea.
I would agree with you, George. I haven't liked the GMQS system for forever, really. And I would like to take a look at making some changes to it also.
Patty?
We've been talking about it for many years. It's rare that it ever comes back to the BOCC to actually have to do a scoring. That happened one time, and it was very difficult. Having sat on P&Z, I've done GMQS scoring more than once, and it was still difficult being a member of planning and zoning. But there are some public amenities like doing a bus shelter, in the neighborhood. Those kind of things people got points for, and I think that applies to both rural and urban growth boundary. But so there's a gamut. But generally, what we get is the points that were given to this and what the, you know, you have to meet a threshold and then what they scored above, but, so that might. that's
We
of
can include that
interest.
when we,
Yeah.
at the next meeting when you grant the
So we
allotment.
see, because
can
sometimes
provide-
they went way above and sometimes they just squeaked through because there was no competition, they were awarded. So I think that's what George was, and occasionally we do see the whole scoring sheet, but generally we do see the points, so.
So Suzanne, let's put that on a future work session list, and we'll
Put it on the list.
time to do it. It's on the list. Thank you. Other comments? And is this the only thing we need a motion on?
No, there's no action.
No action on that, you're right, thank you. Thanks for the update. Okay, moving right along, land use public hearings. This is an ordinance approving the Sunfire Ranch Open Space Master Plan. First reading, and I see that it says it to be continued till 11/6/2019.
This is always confusing to me, Greg. It's a public hearing, so I think
Right,
we kind
so
of do
I'm gonna
public
open it
hearings
up.
on both, yeah.
Any comment?
We do it
before we
twice.
go in? I'm just gonna do each one. No comment from board at this point. This is a public hearing. Would anybody like to make a comment on this? Seeing no hands coming up, we're gonna close that back down and come back to
I'll make
the
a
board.
motion to continue to November the 6th.
Second?
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, up next, the resolution denying Sunshine Mountain LLC
take a break.
activity envelope and site plan review. This is continued from hearing officer on 6/18/19, and Tammy is here. Can you come up, Tammy?
Can we take a little 5-minute break or something
Do you
between
want to do
now?
a break now? Is that? is this
Well,
the
they
time?
said you have something set up. Does the applicant have?
We do, and I don't know if we can.
We could certainly take a break. I'll call it,
Let's take a,
give
just 5 minutes.
5
Let's take a
minutes
5
on that?
minutes, just so
Okay.
we can, you guys can
Passwords,
set up.
5-minute break. Thank you.
You can go because we're gonna start. I'll figure it out.
Okay,
You-
we're
you're
back.
close, though.
It's Wednesday, September 11th. Thank you. Wednesday, September 11th, we're back, and we're in land use public hearings. And I'll make sure I know where we are. This is the ordinance approving the Sunfire Ranch Open Space Master Plan. That was continued, excuse me. This is the resolution denying Sunshine Mountain LLC activity envelope and site plan review. This is continued from the hearing officer from June 18th, 2019. And we're back from our break. Thank you. And Suzanne, you're, and Tammy, okay, that's to Tammy, all right.
All right, so.
Thank you.
The applicant for this item, as you said, was Sunshine Mountain LLC, represented here today by Grant and Charles with Charles Cuniff Architects. And what I passed out, you should have all received that letter already. I just wanted to double check because it wasn't
I'm not
initially.
finding it in, granted, I'm the only one who gets paper. Steve gets paper, but I'm seeing it now, but it was not in my packet.
Okay.
I just read it just now.
Like Greg said, the applicant is requesting an activity envelope and site plan review approval, and that is to demolish the existing single-family residence and build a new single-family residence with roof-mounted solar panels, and to also improve the driveway access. The parcel is located at 205 Wrights Road, shown on the screen in blue, and it's legally described as Lot 9A, Block 3 of Red Mountain subdivision. So I'll first run through the background on this because there is quite a bit of relevant information in the background. So this Red Mountain subdivision was originally created in 1947. In 1958, this lot was developed with the house that sits there now. And then in 2006, pursuant to a hearing officer determination, and here's a great view of where the lot is and the residence that sits there now. So in 2006, a hearing officer approved a 1041 hazard and scenic review to construct a new residence. This residence was never built, and the approval lapsed in 2006. It's important to note that that approval was granted under an older code than what we use today. And so this is the survey showing that original and existing house. The white area is the house, and it's hard to see, but where the cursor is a existing, what we're calling the western driveway off of Chadwick Way, and then you can see the eastern driveway as it comes up and around to the residence there. So in 2017, the neighbors just to the southwest submitted a complaint with the district court regarding the existing western gravel driveway. Judgment and quiet title decree was filed in April 2019, which found that the applicant / plaintiff had established elements of a prescriptive easement for that disputed driveway. And then in January 2019, this application was submitted for an activity envelope and site plan for this new house. The neighbors to the southwest, again, they objected to the application in regards to that western driveway. However, the applicants did not include and didn't contemplate improving that western driveway in this application. It wasn't part of the activity envelope. And so at that hearing, the objectors did withdraw their objection. So in on June 18th, 2019, the hearing officer considered the application and referred the matter to the BOCC based on his determination that the application raises significant public controversy with potential countywide importance or impacts. And specifically in his letter, he stated the reasons for the referral is that the application proposes a new residential development on slopes in excess of 45%, which raises a determination as to the applicability and interpretation of various code sections. And depending on the interpretation of the term, no alternative building sites. And he further goes on to say that there's potential conflicts with the various code sections regarding steep slopes. Besides those issues raised about the steep slopes, the hearing officer did go on to say he did not identify any other issues with the application.
Can I ask a question, just to try to clarify for me? So it looked like there was two issues. One was a driveway, but that was taken off the table. That became a non-issue.
Yes.
And then the second issue was the site in terms of the slope. And the original, the first approval was done 2006 prior to the change in the code, which spoke specifically to where sites would be allowed or not allowed based on the slope, right? So if that's the case, why would this have even gone through back to the hearing officer versus just addressing the current code, not allowing buildings on slopes greater than 30%?
So the reason it went to the hearing officer was because of the objection raised about the driveway.
Right, I understand that, but that was taken off.
Right.
So
at the hearing.
at the hearing, so, but why wouldn't the application have to still follow the current code in terms of?
Oh, it does.
Oh, it does,
It does.
okay.
We're reviewing it under the current code. The prior approval lapsed. So there are no rights associated with that.
But I thought the
prior-
current code did not allow building sites, building above slopes
over.
of 30%.
And that's the issue at hand that we're
Is
going to
that,
discuss.
I'm sorry, maybe I'm not making myself clear.
Yeah.
The current, what does the current code say in terms of building sites on steep slopes?
Yeah, we'll get to that. I mean, that is the issue at hand, so
Okay.
we'll get there.
Kelly?
I have a question for John. In a hearing officer's hearing, is their scope the entire application
Yes.
up for review?
Yes.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, back to Tammy.
Okay, so back to George's question. We'll move on to the issues regarding slopes. And this, I just pulled slides from the applicant's presentation because they show clear depiction of what's going on. So this was the house that was never built, lapsed approval, that was proposed in 2006. This is an image showing the existing development, the existing original house, and the slope analysis. So as you can see where the house is, there's zero slope. It's flat, it's white. The areas around it in the darkest gray, those are slopes over 45. The driveway in mid-gray is slope 0 to 15%, and then there's a couple smaller areas, which are the slopes over 30% up to 45. Okay, so in 2006, HB Geotech did a study of the entire site and basically found that the entire lot contained slopes well over 45%. Regarding slopes that exceed 45%, the land use code, specifically section 72020B, states that development is prohibited on slopes with a slope gradient equal to or exceeding 45% except, and then it lists a couple criteria, one of which is there's no alternative building site that avoids slopes exceeding 45%. So had this lot not been previously developed with the driveway and the residence, it would clearly contain all slopes over 45% and no alternative building site. But because it has, there are now some slopes with less than 30 and 45%. So the main question is there an alternative building site that avoids slopes exceeding 45%, i.e. the footprint of the house and the driveway? If so, then the proposed activity envelope in the site plan would not comply with section 72020B, and the BOCC would need to deny the site plan as it is proposed. In this scenario, the board could approve a modified activity envelope, being an activity envelope that avoids the slopes exceeding 45%. And then, however, if the board believes that there is no alternative building site, then the hearing officer did cite some other code sections that would come into play that we can discuss. But I think we should stick with the first question at hand before we dive into other sections of the code that might be brought into question. So with that, staff has drafted a resolution which currently denies the activity envelope and site plan, but should the BOCC make an alternative finding or find that they can approve a modified activity envelope, staff would draft a amended resolution accordingly. So.
Questions, comments?
So this is like a constrained lot that we've dealt with in the past. And if there's two ways to approach it, I guess. If there's actually no suitable building site on the property, then it could be considered a takings. If there is a suitable building site, but it has to be adjusted or moved, then we can view it as a constrained lot and try to address size of house or what can actually fit onto that lot size.
I guess I would say it's analogous to a constrained lot, although it doesn't really fit into the profile as that's defined in the code. A constrained lot is something that is, typically is vacant. And because of hazards or other physical conditions of the property, you can't find a location on the property that is suitable for development. In which case, if there is a complete denial of an ability to develop and the lot is otherwise legally created, then potentially there's a taking scenario that needs to be remedied or addressed separately. This situation doesn't really present that because, first off, the property is improved, and so there is a viable use that is being put to the property right now. So if there was a denial of this application outright, I would say that a taking scenario doesn't present itself because the existing use is allowed to continue. This is, I think, more closely profiled to the slope restrictions that are embedded within the land use code for new development, which is the new code restrictions that Suzanne and Tammy have been talking about. So the code discriminates with three different classifications of slope, and then the slope is described by percentage of grade as opposed to degrees or something else. So any slope that is less than 30% is permitted for development, no restrictions. Slopes that are greater than 30%, there is a prohibition, although the prohibition language leads to more of a application of avoidance than a straight no development scenario. And then there is a strict prohibition for slopes over 45%, although in a vacant land scenario you might create a problems of a taking type of a situation, but the code provides that in situations of greater than 45%, development might be approved, but the size of ordinarily permitted development or the intensity of ordinarily permitted development might be reduced by the board in this case in a way that increases the mitigation for the presence of the slope and decreases the hazard created by the development on the slope.
Okay, thank you.
So it's my understanding that there is area that's been developed that now has created slopes of less than 30, or less than 30, where a development would be appropriate, and either within the existing activity envelope or an amended activity envelope if we chose to go in that direction.
So there's not there's not a currently
Activity
vested,
envelope at all. We
yeah.
would have to describe that, define that. Okay, but what the applicant is kind of requesting is to be able to disturb areas now of greater than 45?
Yep, I did have.
Is that my understanding?
Yes, so this is an image, showing
Right.
the proposed house.
Right.
Doesn't show the
But there
slopes,
is the opportunity to design and build a new residence in an area that's been previously disturbed that has established slopes that are more acceptable.
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
That make sense, guys?
It does. Okay, other comments, other questions? You're gonna have to articulate the options before us one more time, but
Sure. Okay, so really, right, the question that we need to first address is there an alternative location on this site to build a new house that does not encroach on slopes over 45%? Based on that, you can, right now, as I said, it was drafted, the resolution denies both the activity envelope and the site plan. However, the board could just approve an activity envelope, an amended activity envelope, which includes just the areas that aren't on slopes over 45%.
That are appropriate for development. Based on the previous disturbance on the site to build the existing residence.
right. I was going to ask the applicant to present, if you have a presentation for us, no doubt, comments you want to make on, it'd be great to understand more about what was existing and what's proposed. And
I'm Charles Conniff from Charles Conniff Architects, and this is Greg Bankston from Charles Conniff Architects as well. And also David McConaughey, attorney for the owner in case there's a legal item for interpretation, and Antonia Mead, who's the owner, and her husband is in the Bahamas, where they've just been through something there too. And Tom Alberg is a friend of the family here as well. Maybe I will start. One of the things that we faced is, I did work on the previous house that was on this property we designed it in 2003, and then 2005, and then we were going into a recession, and the person who was going to build at the time was an oil and gas guy, and oil prices went from 105 down for whatever reason. The property wasn't the reason he didn't develop or build a house there. We ended up actually ultimately building a much bigger house for him further up the hill on a much steeper site. I live one lot next door, so I'm very familiar with this property. My house I built on, I think it was 52% slopes, and totally stable, totally fine. My understanding of one of the premises for the steep slope prohibition is when you look at backcountry or you look at Castle Creek, other places where it is a hazard, that's totally legitimate. But up here, this site was, this area was developed in 1947. The house was built in 1957, 58. The driveway cut, and all of the Wrights Road was cut in 47. It hasn't moved. It's not retained. It's a very stable hillside in this particular location. So as far as hazard of the slope, I would take that out of the equation. Let's look at the overall neighborhood. This is the neighborhood. It's not a pristine backcountry, large, undeveloped area. And if you zoom in on the site, our site is just in the middle of this, and there is no other undeveloped site up here. All the other houses up here are much larger, or the majority of them are much larger. So it's not really the size, but the existing house is actually built in the setback. So if you consider that a area that's able to be developed also has to be out of setbacks, then there is no area to develop the house, because you drive under the house right now where the hand is on there. That's a deck, a carport that a car drives through. It's about 6 feet high. So the house projects beyond the setback. For us to even replace this house, we wouldn't be able to because of existing codes. The driveway is very steep on both sides, and one of the things, we've been working on this property for about this application for 3 years. We have a very difficult neighbor that created a lot of problems for us, and had that not occurred, and then they ultimately withdrew it at the hearing officer level, had they not objected earlier on, this wouldn't be here. This would have been approved on a staff level. In fact, the staff recommendation at one time was approval. It's not an overly difficult site, other than it has some steep slopes. you can see the constraints. The vertical line that's kind of almost to the right side there, that's a low-hanging power line that will have to be underground. So that is going to be, that's an easement, that's going to be excavated and cut. The driveway going up, which is, that section is part of Chadwick Way, then it turns and it's extraordinarily steep there and extraordinarily steep on the other side. The fire department won't approve this unless we lower the building height about 8 feet. To make the driveways approvable, the driveway grade has to be changed considerably, which means we have to disturb that area. Then the area behind the house, where you see the dotted line, there are retaining walls up there. There's some railroad tie retainings in existence on the site up there now.
Those are 1958.
Yeah, something like that. They're pretty deteriorated. Like, the whole house is pretty deteriorated. But the area that we're proposing the house is area that's already disturbed. And more than that, let's go to the design of the house. One of the things that we pride ourselves on is try to make projects sustainable. And I think that our approach here, you can see how close the driveway is to the house. We want to have, especially in the lower right picture, that driveway is in the setback. So to pull the house forward, we'd be building in the setback, and that would be yet another constraint. Our approach here is to push the house into the hill, to take advantage of, we have to, for engineering reasons, we have to do soil nailing. We have to disturb this area anyway. The previously disturbed area has to be redisturbed. So why not take advantage of that opportunity and build the house into there? And in the lower left picture, you can see the house is pushed into the hill, and then the hill is brought out over the house. So it's an earth-sheltered house. The intention and the owner approached us in the beginning wanting an earth-sheltered house, which I think is quite great. We don't have many of those in our community, and it's a great opportunity to do that here. And what better way to do that than to have a house that's pushed into a hill? The other thing it prevents us from doing is having a double retaining wall. Instead of having the house stick out in front of the hill and then have a big gap and then a really high retaining wall behind that, if you look up at Smuggler Mountain, you can see some houses that have been approved up there that have a Walmart wall behind them, then a house sitting on a flat pad in front of them. That is not an attractive development. And that's what our alternative, the one on the right, is what we would end up having to do if we followed the letter of what this recommendation is. We'd prefer not to do that. We'd prefer to have the house be sensible, be built into the ground, be sustainable, it'd be very energy efficient. It'd also be less visible, less impactful, and just much more sensible as an approach to doing a dwelling on a site. And if we go to the back to the vertical view of the site, there you go. That's the house that we have proposed there. If you look at the houses around it, we're not looking at a house that's an oddity in an otherwise undeveloped area. The other thing is in the growth, this is in the growth, the urban growth boundary. This is where you were determined, this is where TDRs were expected to be landed. This is where you wanted to concentrate the growth and the use of a landing area for your TDR program. We've done many homes, I don't think we've done a home here in 15 years that didn't use anywhere from 2 to 4 TDRs, because this was a sensible place to use TDRs. It's relevant to the neighborhood. This house here, you can see the houses to the right, to the left. The one up way in the back is 20,000 feet. The one right below there is 16,000 feet. The neighbor's house, the objecting neighbor's house is 17,000 feet, right in front of us. The other part of this site is the downhill part of the site is steeper than the uphill part. So as you get to the driveway drops off much steeper than it does behind the house. So the basic argument is that the house is planned to be in the previously disturbed area of the lot, and we would like to use the hillside as a benefit to be able to bury the house into the hill. And I think that's a sensible approach, and that's basically what we're asking for your approval for.
Could I ask a question just about the approach to the house? Where is the road and the driveway that you're talking about here? Is that a paved, I'm assuming it's a paved road?
No,
It's not, okay.
Well,
It is dirt, okay.
Wrights Road is the road. It's not a county road. It's a private road. It's very narrow. It's about 12 feet wide and sections below the house. One opportunity here I should address is improve safety for the neighborhood. By developing this, we have to improve the driveways to get the fire department approval, and that includes improving the road down below and making it wider. That will help the neighbors and help the neighborhood and improve safety overall.
While you're on that topic, has the fire department discussed, fire mitigation, how do you plantings and landscaping for
Yes.
fire mitigation?
This would all comply with wildfire hazard. It's not in a wildfire.
Everybody's minds.
Yeah, it's not in a wildlife migration area. Although there are deer everywhere, there are deer in my house. I have a bear living behind my house, actually, a bear family. And the road that comes up from below and turns is it's Chadwick Way for a certain point, which is the platted road, and Wrights Road is the gray road at the bottom. That driveway turns up and it gets extraordinarily steep, but to get the fire department approval, we would lessen the whole slope of the driveway, which makes the neighbors safer, because then fire trucks can get to the two houses to the right as well, which they can't now. And there's a pull-out spot for a fire truck that then has stairs going up. So if they felt that they didn't want to bring the truck up further, they had a turnout spot that they could bring hoses up to the house from there. Of course, the house would be sprinkled and meet all of the current requirements. Then there are also other examples recently approved of similar situations where homes have been approved by this board. 502 Wrights Road is probably the most notable example. It's just up the street from this house. The board approved development in over 45% slopes for a lawn and a pool. We're not asking for that. That property was permitted to grow into a lawn and a pool in front of the house. There was a previous house on there, so Bob Lemacher lived there. And the new house that's approved has vastly extended where the previous house footprint was, and for purposes of a lawn and a pool, which I would be embarrassed to be in here asking for dispensation for that. But we are asking to have us be able to do a reasonable house that fits this neighborhood quite well and is probably more discreet than most houses up there.
When was that approved, the rights?
This is approved in 2018.
So just recently?
Yeah, excuse me, under the current code. There's also.
Under the current code.
We had a few other
Administrative
case
approval?
studies.
Yeah, because I don't remember, I don't remember seeing it, so I was curious.
There were a couple that were remediated by a BOCC approval such as this.
Yeah, this one was denied by a hearing officer and then remediated by the board. Looks like and approved 2014.
One of the things that we want to just address is we're not setting a precedent, because every property is unique, and I wouldn't think you would ever think that when you approve one thing, it's setting a precedent for everything else. One of the unique things about here is that this is stable slopes. It's in a very developed neighborhood. It's in the urban growth boundary, which is described for a reason. And we feel it's an intelligent and safe approach to building a house on this site. It actually would stabilize the site more than is currently there. And we're keeping the development into previously disturbed area, which I think is reasonable. Can you think of anything else that?
These are some other examples of projects that we've done, again, in other locations. Well, the one in the bottom left is in Aspen, and top left. Also, the ones on the right are in Telluride. They're built against basically an avalanche area.
Yeah, the one on the lower right, and these are affordable housing projects in Telluride. One's an apartment building and one's a boarding house. They've been very well received. They're on 70% slopes, and the area on either side of the actual footprint of the building is an avalanche zone, and the area in front of it is wetlands. But because of the pressure on affordable housing, we've been able to put these buildings into what would otherwise be considered non-buildable area. Not necessarily relevant, but I just want to show you that we have history in being able to do this stuff. And we haven't had a house slide down the hill or fall down yet. I don't expect that to start now.
Glad to hear it,
Always the
Charles.
first one.
Yet is not over the board.
Yeah, exactly.
He did say yet, okay.
Yeah, so we're looking for some reasonableness here and to allow someone that's been struggling to do this for 3 years with a neighbor that's kind of been blockading the effort. And maybe I can look at what the alternative would look like. The last thing, I hate to take too much time. But we looked at a proposal, if we move the house a little bit more out of the hill. You'd see more house there, but let's look at the section. In the left is our current plan, which would be pushed into the hill, and the earth would come over the top. And you see the driveway, and right at the end of the driveway is the setback. You see the setback there? That's all the room we have, and that's staying within the previously disturbed area. The other one would be building the house right at the setback, and I don't think the hearing officer took into consideration the driveway constraints and the setback constraints. And I don't think you can build a house right on a setback without disturbing area beyond the setback, because you have to retain and do excavation and all of that. And the disturbed area around a building is a little bit bigger than the footprint of the building. So our alternative is, we think, a more sensible house.
So Charles, in your alternative house, is that the same square footage as
Yes.
the other one?
Yes.
Okay.
We're also,
I thought it was, but I just.
It is. Because of our approach, we want the house to be compact. We've never tried to make a house look bigger than it is. We try to make it look smaller and more discreet. And I think I won't get into here, but I could show you a lot of examples where we have homes that you would have no idea how big the home is, because it looks like it's maybe half the size.
Patty?
Well, first of all, I have to say, Charles, I have to say this. The proposed house you designed very nicely. The alternative house is ugly.
Mhm.
And, I mean, it stands out that way. I mean, who would not want to
Right.
go with a nice looking house
Go to the
versus
final
one
renderings.
over there? But I
Thank you.
think development here, I was part of the 2006, but I think development here is appropriate because there's already a house there. I think the house size is of concern, going over, what is it, 10,178 square feet greater than the existing house. And you're right, yeah, you can conceal some space. I've been looking at earth sheltered houses since the 1980 when they were building them over in Eagle County. I think that's a great idea for environmental reasons, energy use reasons. You can hide square footage, but it still generates a lot of services when you have 13,000 square feet. That's a concern to the county, is the generation of employees based on house size, and energy use based on house size. You still have a lot, but do give you credit for bringing in some earth-sheltered design. I do not believe we should allow more invasion into slopes, more disturbance into slopes of greater than 30, 45%. That's a concern. So I'm not sure exactly where to go with this, but I do think a development is appropriate. A larger house of some size is appropriate, nicely designed like you do. I really do appreciate the fire issues for fire safety in that neighborhood and access to this house and neighboring homes. I think that's really important. In Pickens County, we now say wildfire and fires are not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So anything we can do in a preventative measure moving forward, we need to be doing. So I'm going to see where the rest of the board stands. That's kind of after reading all of my paper application that I do. Then we'll just see where the conversation
Point
goes.
out, 4,000 of that square feet is below
I'll-
grade.
I know that,
I'll get
but-
back to you. Another question from Kelly?
I guess maybe for Suzanne or I'm sort of fumbling through this one. Because I'm not clear on how the code contemplates, I guess, the additional size. It's clear to me on that they could use the current, to say that there is an alternative building site that already, that exists on the current footprint, which is much smaller than what they're asking for. So I guess I'm wondering, how do we treat the request that's bigger than that? Should I think of that as, I'm just not sure how to think of that as, do I look at it as an original unslated use of the land, rather than addition to a current
The existing house has two bathrooms, and the
Footprint.
bedrooms are 8 by 10.
That's what I want to address, but. you
Okay,
go
let me get
first.
Suzanne, and then
So,
we'll come
yeah,
back
I
to you,
guess
and
quick-
we'll
just,
open it up too.
I'm not saying you, just, real quick, I'm not saying you need to stick to 3,000 square feet. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying I'm concerned about an addition of 10,000, over 10,000 square feet to the existing 3,000. So, I mean, that is a concern to me. We
Yeah,
are
like,
concerned about
well,
houses.
and I guess maybe to frame my question a little more, do I look at the additional area outside of the current footprint in terms of trying to evaluate alternative building site?
That's really the question that's in front of you is, again, the language in the code is, development is prohibited on slopes of over 45%. Except where you're a legally created lot, which this is. But then the next language is there is no alternative building site that avoids areas of slope exceeding 45%. So again, that's where we've taken that very strict reading of the code, which is there is a bench that was created in the 50s, to build an older house. Clearly a different time, in terms of development on Red Mountain. But to look at that and say, is there an alternative? There is an alternative because there is an area that has already been carved out of that steep slope. So then the code continues. There are a few exceptions. I guess just maybe to take it one step back is the code provides for, we prohibit development on over 30% slopes, and we provide 5 different exceptions to that, various things. We then took it, even narrowed it down and said, well, over 45, we're also prohibited, but there are only 2 different ways that we could have an exception beyond this legally created lot piece. So again, I think we were always looking at, we're really trying to avoid development on slopes of over 30%. But we'll recognize that we are a mountainous community and there will be some development. So what are the circumstances when it might be okay to develop on a slope of over 30 or a slope of over 45? But those are, restrictive. So this is, a difficult, if this was an undeveloped lot, which I think some of those scenarios would have been, okay, it's a legally created lot, platted lot. There is no alternative. The entire lot is over 45% slopes. We'd be in a different posture in reviewing the application because at that point we're looking at what's the best way.
That's what I'm just looking at.
Develop it.
Is this asking us to say you have to use the area that's not 30%, and then beyond that we apply these other criteria? I don't know.
We say no.
But the only flat area is the driveway, because the existing house is built over the driveway, and that's in the setback. So I wouldn't consider that flat area a viable building site. The hillside behind it, which is previously disturbed, is the building site.
And
That's
just a
the dilemma.
quick, piece to the, the setback that, Charles has mentioned, several times is, right, as part of our, reviewing an envelope and a site plan, we're looking at the constraints and those kinds of things. If a request can be made to vary a setback based on a hardship. So, that would be another piece to, if to accommodate development on this, created building pad, required development in the setback, then there would also be a request to the Board of Adjustment to make a finding based on.
But then there would be no driveway, because the house would be in the driveway and you couldn't get a car to the house. It's a practical difficulty for sure.
All right, did that answer your, okay, David?
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
So David McConaughey with Garfield and Hecht. I wanted to address the process and the code sections that we're talking about here. And also point out, staff gave you 2 options, either deny all of it or deny part of it. I would respectfully suggest you have a 3rd option, would be approve it, which is what we were hoping you would consider. Really, we shouldn't even be here because the only reason this application was referred to the hearing officer in the first place was because of the neighbor's objection having to do with the western driveway and the lawsuit, which we won, but that has nothing to do with the current application in front of you. So in hindsight, if they'd only withdrawn it a couple hours earlier, we would have just been in front of staff and not the hearing officer at all. And at that time, staff was recommending approval. this is in the hearing officer packet. There was a memo dated June 18th from staff saying that they were recommending approval and finding compliance with the code section. There's two code sections that were raised by the hearing officer. 72020 says don't develop over 30% or 45% with exceptions. There's certain criteria. You have to be sure you've mitigated the steep slopes and there's no drainage issues. And there's no dispute that all those factors were met. And that's why staff was recommending approval. And as of June, staff was saying we did meet all the criteria in 72020, so it should be approved. What staff did not address, and still hasn't addressed today, was what Tom Smith raised, which was not to dispute that the criteria in 72020 were met, but he said there's a potential conflict with this other code section, which is 7-10-60, which is what John Ely mentioned a few minutes ago, which says that one option to achieve compliance is to reduce the size of the house or limit the scope of development. And so in the letter that I guess got passed out late, I was pointing out that doesn't apply for two reasons. One is because if you find that 72020 is met, there is compliance and you don't have to do anything to achieve compliance. But secondly, reducing the size of the house, and this is what the slides about the alternative, I guess we could call it the ugly version,
Sorry.
Are intended to show, is we could still build the same size house under the code by using the existing footprint. It's just it would have to be wider and taller and have a greater visual impact and therefore wouldn't meet the purpose of the land use code or that section by reducing impacts or having a smaller house or anything. All it would do would be uglier. So it doesn't accomplish anything, and that doesn't come into play. So we're a little perplexed that 2 months ago or 3 months ago, we had a finding or recommended finding by staff saying you've met all the criteria in 72020 for no alternative site, this should be approved. Tom Smith raises this other issue, which I think we've now addressed, that there is no danger of precedent and you wouldn't get a smaller house anyway. So now why are we talking about 72020? We've done this completely reversal. So our position is you can make the finding, just as staff did 3 months ago, that we meet all the criteria to approve the house as proposed, and you have that third option to just say, let's approve it, as staff had originally recommended before Tom Smith raised this other section of the code that doesn't apply.
Thank you. I want to open the public hearing for this if we're.
Maybe Greg, can I just respond to that quickly before
yeah,
you go there?
Great, thanks, Suzanne.
Just, to talk a little bit about staff's recommendation that was going to the hearing officer, which then was reviewed by Tom. He, brought up a number of issues that we, discussed with him and walked through. And I think, he pointed out to us something when we read the code, we said, well, really? I think, if we read the code strictly, and the strict reading of this 45% provision is, then the recommendation we have presented to you today. So for better or for worse, process or whatever, that what came out of that for us was, maybe we were looking at, there was some more leeway to push into some of that 45% slope. But when you read the code, there is some possibility for that if you're on a slope of 30%, but less than 45%, where there's a provision that speaks to, can you put most of it on the less steep slope, but maybe then, show us, encroach a little bit. I think we were sort of considering under that, but really, when we really walked through after Tom started to raise some concerns, really, this is a strict reading of the code, is what's our recommendation is to you now.
Where is, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find where the staff's recommendation is, what page, because I'm.
From June or from current?
From current.
Today's memo?
No, from today's memo or the last one?
Page 88.
Because I have the reso here.
Right before the resolution,
Right
there's
before the
the staff recommendation.
Because we've
Okay,
worked.
I got it, thank you.
We've worked for several years and intensely the last few months after the staff recommendation in June to be ready for building permit. And our plans many dollars later, our plans are ready for building permit, all the engineering's done, all of the code section, all the agencies have been met with and complied with, and it takes forever to get compliance from fire department and water department and city water and, you know, on and on and on. We've done all that. We're ready to go in for permit, and then we were stymied by this reversal that was unexpected and we think unfortunate and unfair. So I'm just gonna, kind of asking for your
I have
response.
a question. Is there not the possibility of us doing an amended activity envelope to, at this time, I'm not sure how we would do that, and to allow some, you know, increase in house size? Because I am really supportive of addressing the fire safety access issues, the driveway issues, on this lot that is constrained. And I think by making some amendments in an activity envelope, and of course allowing for some house size increase, reasonable house size increase, which I can't tell you what a number is for reasonable. I just am concerned about the impacts of another big house up there, I have to be honest. But I think that there is some room for, some wiggle room here to allow some reasonable increase in house size. So how do we go about doing an amended activity envelope?
I mean, I think the question, you know, in our recommendation, you know, if you wanted an amended, are you saying that it would be on slopes of less than 45%, or are you saying an amended envelope somewhere in between what they've asked for, but still accommodating some development on slopes of greater than 45%?
Are we able to do that?
Question.
You've done it before recently.
Well, I'm looking at my legal counsel, are we able to do that? To amend it to have some impact on slopes greater than 45?
It is possible to impact slopes greater than 45%. All you have to do is follow the code language.
In order to accommodate reasonable development, there would be a need to impact slopes greater than 45%.
No, there's no alternative.
Right, we would have to
Oh, no
find that there's no alternative.
Steve?
First of all, question for Suzanne. The applicant's asking for a bigger size house. We are under no obligation to grant a bigger size house if they could build a smaller house that would totally fit into the flatter part of the ground. Is that right?
So the property.
What is their right on this house sizes?
The property is in the urban growth boundary, which we have designated as a TDR receiver site, so that there is no special review, no request to you to allow them to use TDRs to accomplish their gross floor area, their allowable 13,000, whatever it is. And so I think what, you know, the applicant has posed is that they can accommodate that square footage on that area, you know, of slopes of less than 45%. May not be the most attractive option. But again, I guess in terms of the code, it basically gives them the ability to develop that floor area. Our position is if you can accommodate it within the area, you know, avoiding that constrained area, then that's, you know, sort of that design aspect of how do you make that work.
When I look at the photograph of the house sitting there, well, first of all, maybe I should ask, what is the slope of the land going in front of the house down? It's definitely steeper than the slope of the land behind the house.
Right, you can see the topo on this drawing. The topo right in there is steep. You can see the lines are closer.
That's probably roughly 52 to
58.
55,
Maybe more.
maybe
but
more.
And
the
then
area-
what is it on the part behind the house?
The house, it's right around the 40% mark, and it gets steeper towards the top. You can see where near the top, the lines are closer again. So it's kind of, to exaggerate it, it's sort of like this, and like this. And we're in the most reasonable spot.
Okay, and when I look at the picture, I can see that the reason it is steeper in front of the house is because all that dirt was pushed over when they flattened it out. It looks like the whole slope of the hill was a steady slope before any disturbance was made. They went in and made a flat place and pushed the
And well, that's,
stuff in front, that made it steeper in front and kept the less steep in the back. That's what it looks like.
that's
to
true
me.
in the back too, where it's cut, and you can see the two retaining sections up there that are
Yeah.
been there for a long time. But
By this, kind of following that line of reasoning, the more steep part that to me is gonna be more likely to be unstable is that in front of the house.
you wouldn't be able to get the driveway there. It's, in the front, that little the narrow section, see, the property line comes in, way in from the side. That's the neighbor's property down below.
Okay,
So it's really narrow. Then right below that is Chadwick Way. See the road right there?
Yeah, that's the property line, the little
Yeah.
jog there, yeah.
So there's really no buildable area there.
But you're right, to follow staff's interpretation gives us an incentive to move it forward, which we think exacerbates the problem instead of
That
negative.
gets closer to what to me would be unstable. It's land that was pushed out to build the original house. It's not the original.
We don't know that for sure, though.
Well, that's what
Yeah.
that's what it looks like to me.
From our engineering
So,
studies, that is the case.
I think an engineer could determine that, but by the same token, the most stable thing to do would be to push the house back further into the hill. The house would help hold the hill in effect from behind.
It's logical. It's how the Anasazi is built, and people over time have built into a hill rather than in front of it.
Other
It's more
houses on
sheltered.
Smuggler were built too.
Yeah.
And, let's see, continuing on to another question, Suzanne, I'm still puzzled by why your original recommendation, well, Charles is saying they would have been allowed to just go ahead and build it until things got sent to the hearing officer, and the staff recommendation was to approve it. Now staff recommendation is to deny it, and I don't totally understand how that switch was made.
I just think it was a deeper reading of the code. I mean, is the best way I can describe it, is that the issues Tom raised, led us to go back and read, like I said, the strict language of the code and come up with that position. So it was just, Tom kind of raising the question. Tom first reading, the code very strictly, which is what he's charged to do as the hearing officer, and then having us then question, okay, wait, I think he's brought up some issues here that we need to consider what our position is on this.
Yeah, I guess my point is, since at least staff has changed their mind, there's enough evidence in the record for you to make the finding in our favor, if that's what you want. I mean, I think reasonable minds have disagreed. You have all three choices.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on this topic? If you're, come on up, we need to find you a microphone, Tom.
Tom, take this. I'll move.
Well, I think that was some wonderful presentations by Charles and David. And as a county resident, I just want to reinforce the success of the TDR program. And
I'm sorry, give us your name for the record. I'm sorry.
Tom Melberg.
Thank you.
As a county resident, I would just like to reinforce the benefits of the TDR program and the urban growth boundary, where the houses on Red Mountain are exemplified with 15 to 20,000 square feet. And as a county resident, I'm happy to see that, and I think this is one of the last lots up there that has a small house on it, and one of the few, and it's a practical place to put it, and to conform with the rest of the neighborhood. I also like the Commissioner Child's point that pushing the house out creates potentially a more unstable platform to build your house, whereas in the design of the house right now is pushed up against the hill, supports the hill, is more sustainable, which is something our county government has tried to strive for. And I think that the exposures of the two alternative site and the proposed site illustrates that your visual impact is so much smaller when it's more sustainable if it's pushed back. And it's on, my understanding, disturbed soil already. So it seems like it's common sense. I like the earth shelter and the sustainability of it, and the lack of or the smaller profile of the house. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom. Public comment? Is there someone else who'd like to say something? I guess not. Seeing none. Charles is back.
You can close it.
Okay, I'm going to close the public, thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing on this and bring it back to the board. George has his hand up.
Yeah, I mean, so the problem is, and I've been arguing for this for 10 years, is that the way the code is set up for the urban areas, in terms of allowing 4,000 subgrade, needed to be looked at as well as the size of the houses. And I'm still waiting for that to come back before us. But be that as it may, I understand, and I appreciate Tom Smith, our hearing officer, catching this anomaly, this issue for this particular property and raising the question. But I also agree that this is in conformity or with the neighborhood, so it's not out of character with the neighborhood. Utilizing the hillside, I think, is the right way to do it. You could decrease amend the activity envelope and decrease the size, but I suspect even if you decrease it to 10,000, you would still want to utilize going into the hillside and still have to address the grade of the slope. So the grade of the slope is really the issue, right? Unless you just drop it down to 3,000 square feet, which I think would be probably unreasonable. So it's definitely TDRs. This is a place where TDR should be used, not in the rural areas where they are being used. Again, the whole TDR program, the house size, energy code use. I'm anxiously waiting for that to come back before us, and hopefully we can address some of these issues that we're dealing with in terms of how these large homes impact neighborhoods, services. In this case, it's not out of character. It would be out of character in my neighborhood, or your neighborhood, Steve, or your neighborhood.
Definitely in my neighborhood.
Everybody else's neighborhood, Red Mountain, it's not. So, and as has been stated, had the driveway issue not come up before the hearing officer, this would have just been an administrative approval. It would not have needed to come before the BOCC. It was sort of an anomaly. I don't think it sets a precedent. I think it's a one-of-a-kind lot up there. If and when we're able to address and change our codes, we may be able to resolve problems as some of these older homes get scraped and replaced to address some of these other issues. So at this point, I would support approving as originally presented, and leave it at that.
Thanks, George. Kelly?
Sure. Thanks, George. I concur with what you've presented. I can appreciate Tom Smith's strict reading of the code, and I think staff can take that piece forward and decide if it needs to be rewritten for better use and as you move forward. I guess I just don't see a real public benefit to denying this. There's, it's aligned with character. I tend to be a strict reader of the code, but I do think that, this wouldn't have come to us, and, we're not protecting any public benefit, I think, in denying this request.
Thank you for that point. Patty?
Okay. I am going to agree with those, but I'm going to have a request. In looking at your beautifully designed, not the other one, They're beautifully designed. I know it'll come into play with colors, trying to keep with the scenic impacts, because we've had issues with that. So as best we can to do earth tones, which I know is required, but maybe a step above. We also have an issue with night skies. I look at that face of that mountain, and I wish we could do more to control indoor lighting, which we can't. We do have very strict outdoor lighting codes, which I know you're aware of. So anything as far as blinds, anything that would minimize the impact to, it actually is to the entire town.
Sure.
People will see it, especially at night. Some people just like to light up their homes up there, even if they're not home. I get calls about it, and I have to remind people that we don't have control over indoor lighting. And then the solar, you're gonna have ground-mounted solar? So-
Mostly on the roof and the little hill above it.
Roof mounted.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. That's great. We like to use those examples. And I think I again like to applaud the earth shelter aspects of it. I wish, again, though, it was a little smaller, but I can see that we're going to be moving forward. And I think you're right. The impacts of trying to redesign something that has greater impacts on more unstable slopes is probably not in the best interest of the public. Lessons learned on all sides. So thank you.
Thanks, Patty. Steve?
I do have one more question about something you had said in terms of making it possible for fire trucks to go up Wrights Road. Is the entire road down below going to be made wider?
No, some of the most narrow section is below this house. You can-
Right immediately below the house?
Right, and we would improve that area to be quite a bit wider because it touches on this property itself. You can see the upper edge of the road is within this property boundary. So that's an area that we can increase the road without having a neighbor object.
And then that would improve, make it so a fire truck would be better able to go to the
Yes.
houses beyond
Yes.
there.
Yes,
I think it makes it 16 feet.
yeah, well, that would be the minimum, that should be, but it's really
That's what
about
we're
12.
aiming for.
And I actually went out and measured my own driveway.
It's actually about 9.
Basically the same as, when I looked at the picture of the driveway, the west driveway.
Mhm.
Looks just like my driveway. It's narrow, but if you had to get a fire truck up it, then it's problematic.
Yeah, I think the road actually might be 9 feet in a couple of spots, because it's
Yeah.
barely wide enough for a car without rubbing trees on the sides. But we'll help to fix that for the neighborhood.
So I would like to support the project as you have presented it also. It's, for reasons, it's in character with the neighborhood. Other houses have been built on just as steep of places and without problems. I think making it come out to the setback line on the front would actually be potentially more unstable than pushing it back into the hill. We're all saying this doesn't set a precedent, but other examples have been given of that set a precedent for this. We've allowed, encroaching on the 45% slopes in other instances, and this one has valid reasons for allowing this one to encroach on that. So if we were starting from scratch and there were no other houses around, I think in that case we'd probably say, no, it'd be a constrained lot or something, there'd be some other conclusion. But the fact that it's on Red Mountain, which is this steep hill to begin with, and there are all these other houses have been successfully built. Also the fact that it looks like the project can be built this way without doing big retaining walls, which really look ugly. And if we can avoid doing that, it makes the whole neighborhood look nicer.
Thank you.
I have to say, I can concur. I really appreciate it when you speak about building things that at least look a bit more modest in appearance. Compared to the other homes on the hill, it actually does.
Yeah.
Maybe anywhere else in the world that would be absurd for me to even say it. But hopefully the ideas of really obnoxious standout houses with lots of surface area that's visible, and hopefully those days are are ending, and that's not the aesthetic you're reaching for here, and it doesn't appear to be. I really appreciate what you're saying about building it into the hillside for energy reasons, that it makes sense for energy conservation. I would really like to see the owner and developers of this strive toward a net zero house. Why not be the first on your mountain to do that? You've got the best solar access in the county, and maybe that's doable. Certainly that would be a great gesture, considering these houses really do consume a hell of a lot of power, and that's one of our, if not our biggest concern right now. The issue with the fire trucks, I think I've been told several times by fire marshals visiting and local who've just said, if there's a fire up on that mountain, we're not sure we're even going to go up. We probably won't go up there.
They'll watch.
There's no way to get out on the other
There's
side.
no way to
That's
get
why I
out.
went in
Correct.
There's no egress, and the people who are up there and happen to be caught in a fire are going to have trouble. And we know that about Red Mountain. We talk about fire mitigation. We make it as easy as we can through our Valerie McDonald, who's our, what is she, our emergency manager, is always talking about fire mitigation. And if this place can be done well and others can follow suit, maybe that will actually have a positive benefit. But I'm going to have to say I agree with the others. I don't like the idea of more big houses, but if there's going to be a place to put them, this is it. And it fits in with the neighborhood. Take that as you will. So I think that I'm ready to ask if we should call a question on this by looking for a
You need a motion.
motion.
Well, now the resolution is written in a negative sense, that's
Right.
recommending denial of the
You could go with
activity envelope and site plan review.
There was another resolution that was our hearing officer determination, which
Is back
Did
further in the packet under
did
hearing
approve
officer.
We've got to go
the plan,
let's
which-
go look for it here. Should be.
I mean, I think, so that would put basically the conditions in front of you that were included in that hearing officer determination.
It's
I
on
mean,
page 96, I believe.
So I guess, right, the question for you is if you're comfortable, if you approve based on the finding that there is no alternative, subject to conditions similar to what had been proposed, are
It's
you
the
comfortable
standard
not having the resolution come back in front of you, or is it something you'd like to have us bring back? I mean, that would just be a question for you all to include in a
I don't
motion.
think we made any changes, so I think it's probably appropriate.
you could add your
Just look real
blind.
quick. No, but I'm just a request, and I'm seeing heads nod, so can't really require that. We can ask for it.
Okay.
So
what
would
was
would the motion be to approve the Sunshine Mountain LLC activity envelope and site plan review per our,
To demolish an existing single-family resident and construct a new single-family resident with roof-mounted solar panels.
per our resolution dated, do you want the date on it?
It'll be recorded with Jeanette.
Per our,
I mean, again, it's essentially, maybe John can.
Just stylize the motion so that the motion is approving the application consistent with the previously offered hearing officer determination contained in the packet. And in addition to that, I'd ask the board to make a specific finding that the application satisfies Land Use Code section, 7-20-20B.
So moved.
So moved. Do we have a second?
that wording that our county attorney gave us for our motion.
Thank you. And we have a second.
I'll second.
Okay. I'm going to call it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, consideration.
And not that ugly house.
No, we'll do the best we can. Speaking of lighting, the house next door to me up there just installed lights all over their trees that are blinking.
It's Christmas.
They're blinking lights. Yes.
That'll remind you to not do that
No.
elsewhere.
Isn't that your house?
No. Thank you.
Okay.
This is off the record. But
But we're on the record because we're on grassroots.
You're on Grassroots TV, just so you know.
Couldn't be more on the record.
I just want to congratulate the Board of County Commissioners on the Black Hills Energy Project. I know as a Woody Creek resident, I was raised concerns, and your thoughtfulness in addressing those concerns, but still going forward, and the project worked out great.
It did.
And,
They did a great job. Thank you.
hands off.
After all that commotion.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tom.
Did go well.
Okay, up
Sorry, other-
next, we've got Kelly is going to take a break, a necessary break, but she's going to watch from upstairs. And we're going to keep moving if everybody's ready, or do you need
I-
another 5 minutes?
No, I'm going to recuse.
Oh, do we want to do open discussion while?
John's not here, and he said anything that we have, we continue till Tuesday, because we
Let's
don't have,
continue
we
till
don't have the
Tuesday.
county
Yeah,
Yeah,
manager.
we'll need a short break to switch up.
To switch out anyway.
But
Right.
before we do that, I am going to recuse myself from the Aspen Mountain Master Plan and Pandora's rezoning due to a conflict of interest with my son-in-law.
Okay, thank you, Patty's recusing. We're taking a Grassroots 5-minute break. We'll be back at I'm going to say 2:50. That's 7 minutes.
Mike Kaplan's sitting out.
All right, we're back. It's Wednesday, September 11th, Commissioners' regular meeting. We're in land use public hearings, and now it's time for the main event. This is, let me see, what is
The
this?
next main event.
It's the Aspen Mountain Ski Area amended and restated ski rec master plan, rezoning activity envelope, and site plan. Suzanne, I can take it away, unless you need more of a description from me.
No, I think we're good, hopefully. I just have to get the little bit of peach fuzz, I think,
Right.
that's stuck in the back of my throat.
Good peaches.
I just had peach.
Excellent. Time well spent.
Okay. So, continued meeting. Discussing the ordinance for rezoning and the resolution for the master plan. As noted in the memo, the applicant did submit a letter last week, or on August 30th, I guess that was before, to essentially bifurcate the application at this point in time, to allow them to kind of circle back and address some of those rezoning issues and concerns that have been raised regarding the Pandora expansion. So basically, by bifurcating the application, you would be addressing the request related to the master plan within the existing ski area boundary. So again, the amended and restated master plan includes a number of things we've discussed that affect the existing ski area. So then the ordinance for the rezoning would be continued, and all of the items associated with the master plan that really relate to the use of the Pandora area would also be continued. So the resolution in front of you today, again, addresses just the existing ski area. We've redlined out sort of those references to use in the Pandora area. And the request would be for the ordinance at this time to continue it out a month till the October 9th meeting, which is really just to give us sort of staff and the applicant a little more time internally to look at kind of what it might look like for them to proceed in terms of looking at an amendment to the East Aspen Master Plan, the Comprehensive Plan, those kinds of things, and then what that might mean in terms of coming back to you, which again, so we'd be looking for a month-long continuance at this point, at which point we'd be able to, hopefully be able to have a better thought on timing where it would push out again, but having a better understanding of what some process might look like before that would come back in front of you. And at that point, if it coming back, it may involve, a process of, at that point, maybe going back to the P&Z first for the, for the rezoning request. Again, those are all the pieces we'd like to have more time just to sort out. So rather than, we'd just like to push it out now for a month, I think, to that October 9th date was what we had discussed. And then basically the resolution in front of you, we have a number of topics to continue to discuss, to move forward to see at what point you're ready to take a vote on that resolution. If you
Okay, so just, is there any value in, well, Kelly's not here with us right now, but is there any value in taking care of pushing the rezoning out for the month? Is that business we could get done right now and then move on to the other business at hand today? Or do we just wait to the end of our meeting today and to vote on, on the continuation as well as, I was going to say, can we continue this right now? The continuation of the rezoning is what was before us and what's been requested. Is that something we could take up first and just get it off our plate and then move on? Or do you is there a recommendation or a protocol that I need to understand?
You hit on everything.
Do whatever I want? Okay.
If it's the intent of the board, and I believe indication is to accept the request to bifurcate the application, then I would suggest to the board a motion to bifurcate the application in regards to the areas of concern, that being the existing ski area versus the requested area for ski area expansion, and finding that such a bifurcation is logical and consistent with the purposes of the code because the two areas are somewhat distinct. And what that does is establish two different timing sequences for review of the application, but the application is itself still the entire application. And then what the board would do is incorporate a motion to continue to the suggested date that Suzanne put out for a month. I'm not sure what date that is, of the ordinance for rezoning, the public hearing associated with the rezoning, and Kelly's pending motion that was offered and seconded at the last meeting.
Okay, so I was just looking to figure out what that continuation date would be. If we bring it up
October 9th.
October 9th, is that our?
So I will move to bifurcate the application in terms of the resolution, separating the Pandora issues from the existing ski area issues.
We have a motion.
A date to be continued to October 9th?
No, this is just to bifurcate.
So we have to
Well, we
He's
bifurcate.
handling it in two different motions to bifurcate
just
and
to
then
bifurcate.
to deal with the
Okay.
continuation.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay, we have a second.
Now, discussion.
You want to open this for discussion? I think Kelly's going to walk back in here in a couple of minutes, and I'd
So my
love to have her here.
question is on the Pandora piece. Would that come back in as an amendment to the master plan? Let's just say, let me do a hypothetical. Say we approve the resolution of the master plan for the existing ski area. Then the Pandora thing comes back in.
Correct, is the answer.
There's sort of a
yes.
separate master plan for that, but then would that be
You will be
technically an
approving
amendment
an
to?
amended and restated master plan for the existing ski area, so then, right, at that point, Pandora coming back would be an amendment to that amended and restated application, or master plan.
Okay. So that's good. I'm good with that.
So we've got a motion and we've got a second.
Yeah, and I would just make a comment. I think this was probably a wise decision by the ski company, looking at the tea leaves and hopefully trying to address some of the issues that were raised and come back at a later time to respond to some of those concerns and issues.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree with that. I think it's a wise move because this would allow the ski company to be proceeding with some of the other things that they still want to do this fall, whereas discussing the Pandora issue could take months and months still. So this allows the ski company to get on with the other business at hand in the meantime.
Okay, I'm in agreement with you. I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we've bifurcated it.
Okay.
And
Now, I will move to continue the ordinance rezoning the land to October 9th.
do we need more specific language?
Implicit with the motion, I would suggest that we're continuing not only the ordinance that's pending in front of the board, but the motion that was offered and the public hearing that's associated with that, as well as the elements of the application that concern the amended and restated Aspen Mountain Ski Area Plan, concern the Pandora's expansion area.
Okay, so we're at the motion, the public hearing.
I'll
and
accept all
what
he's
said.
just said.
Second?
We've got a second on that. All in favor?
Before the board calls the question, the public hearing was on the ordinance specifically was continued to this date, as was the entirety of the proposed amended Aspen Mountains master plan. So if there's public comment to be made to either one of those pieces of the application before we continue it out,
should have
So this would
public
be our
hearing
opportunity, so we
right
should do
now.
public hearing right
Well,
now on that.
public
then.
comment anyway.
Okay, I'm gonna open it to public comment on those topics then. And we have some public comment here. Come on up. I don't see a lot of hands. We won't take a list of, come on down. You're first.
Okay, thanks.
David, right?
Thanks for letting me make some comments. I'll be real brief and appreciate you letting me do this now since I was here anyway. I represent Valley View Ajax LLC, which owns property immediately adjacent to the proposed Pandora area. My client is probably the most impacted neighboring property owner. And we just want to say we are fully 100% in support of SKICO's application and this expansion and the rezoning to ski rec. We did raise some concerns at one of your prior hearings with SKICO. They have worked very cooperatively with us and have resolved all of those concerns. We think opening this area up to skiing and lift-served terrain would be in the interest of public safety, provide great expanded recreation areas. Just speaking personally, can't tell you how many times I've gotten to the bottom of Walsh's and dreamed about being able to keep going. So the idea to have a lift down there, I just think would be fantastic, and also allowing patrol and avalanche control in the area that many of us, including myself, have skied now, including the power line area. So we think SKICO's presented a lot of things to be ecologically responsible. Again, addressed all of our concerns as the adjacent property owner, so we're all for it.
Right, now, David, just to be clear, your associate was representing the same entity earlier, is that correct? In earlier
My partner,
hearings?
Chris Bryan, I think.
Chris Bryan was, okay,
Yeah,
just
so
wanted.
Same client,
Okay,
Valley View Ajax LLC.
Got it, thank you. Thank you for your comment. Public comment, Tom, come on up.
Tom Melberg. I just wanted to get my comments in now because I don't really want to come back to another BOCC meeting because of the cost of parking to attend this. So, thank you for the opportunity. I have served on the Aspen Institute Mobility Study. I have also, I'm presently on the Airport Vision Committee study program, and both of those committees, the number one premise was always safety first. And I would suggest that grooming, patrolling, improving the access into and out of Pandora's would be inherent upon the BOC to take a real close look about, is this good for safety or is it bad for safety? And I would suggest that overall it would be more than the right step to take is to approve it and to have safety first. I think the improved skiing experience for the greater good versus the adventurous renegades should also be looked at. And I guess the biggest fear I have is that back in the Hanging Valley days, when in the 70s, when out in Snowmass, I got to ski it with the patrol, but anybody else that went in there without the patrol, they would have their lift ticket taken. And if I was in the shoes of the ski company and had some liability of, sending my patrollers out, et cetera, to participate in rescues or avalanche control, I would be concerned about them stringing up a line, saying no access, and then having a patrolman at the end where the exit program is, and taking season passes away. And then we'd really have an uproar within our community. So safety first. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Tom. Public comment on this top. We've got another one there. Please come up. Could you identify yourself, please?
I'm Jeffrey Schoaf. And I've been in Aspen since the early 70s, and I've skied Walsh's back in the day before it was a part of the ski area. Back in the days when there was a sign up front that said, "Abandon hope, all ye who enter here." And I've seen Walsh's and Christie's evolve into wonderful ski runs. The ski company has done a great job of making those runs safe. I'm basically here as a neighbor. I'm part of the partnership next door to the property. And I'm here to speak in favor of the expansion into Pandora's. I think it'll be a nice addition to Aspen Mountain, something that hasn't happened for years. Of course, Aspen Mountain's only about 650 acres, and this would be a nice addition to the ski area. We're a ski town. We're recognized around the world as one of the finest ski towns. I think the ski company's recognized as one of the finest ski company operations. We're blessed to have them here in town. I support everything that they're doing with Pandora's, and our property is basically as impacted as anybody's by it. And I know there's going to be issues. I know there's going to be people skiing under the rope and coming across our property. But it's going on now, and we're fine with that. We want to be a good neighbor. And I just wanted to speak out and say I encourage you all to support the Pandora's expansion.
Thanks. Thanks, Jeffrey.
Okay.
Appreciate
Thank
your
you.
comment. Okay, public comment on this topic. Moving forward, I want to make sure everybody's in. Other public comment? Okay, let Courtney settle here. We're just taking public comment right now. Okay, we've got, come on down.
Hello all. John Doyle here again. Greetings. I've got the Aspen Area Community Plan. I just wanted to read a couple quotes out of it. 1973 Aspen Land Use Plan was committed to, quote, control growth and prevent urban sprawl, unquote, adding that, quote, emphasis will be placed on preserving the natural environment where new development occurs, maintaining Aspen's unique small-town character and scale as one of its major attractions to residents and visitors. We should discourage sprawl and recognize its cost to the character of our community, our open spaces, and our rural resources, as well as the fiscal expenses associated with the physical infrastructure of sprawl. Our commitment to environmental quality is community-wide. The Aspen area is home to many businesses and nonprofits dedicated to environmental stewardship, and our local governments have made significant strides in this area over the last 10 years. The Aspen area has clean water and air and is committed to preserving our natural environment. We are all able to enjoy public lands through the extensive trails, parks, and open space systems. And lastly, under environmental stewardship, vision. The Aspen area will be a local, regional, state, and national leader in all aspects of environmental stewardship. As stewards of our environment and resources, it is our responsibility to balance human activity and the health of our natural environment. This ethic is our defining characteristic. As stated in the 1993 and 2000 Aspen Area Community Plans, the natural environment is one of our community's greatest assets and the reason many people choose to visit or make Aspen area their home. We recognize the decisions we make today regarding our air, water, and land will have a significant impact on our future. As such, we are committed to making choices and implementing programs that ensure our environmental sustainability. We recognize that this ethos will influence decision-making as we consider basic municipal services such as snow removal, maintaining public parks and fields, street sweeping and cleaning. We can also play a role in changing people's individual habits from reusable grocery bags to higher recycling rates and limiting the wasteful consumption of plastic bottles. I think we can take all that a step further and limit unmitigated development. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Okay, public comment. Anyone else like to come up?
Hi, my name is Mike Kaczynski. Wasn't planning on speaking this afternoon, but after hearing a couple of the last individuals comment about the dangers of Pandora's, I really feel the need to speak up and refute some of that. We've been skiing back there for the last 10, 15 years without incident with the public. There has been an incident back there that was very unfortunate wasn't somewhere where somebody should have been at that time, but I think we've done a relatively fantastic job of maintaining that terrain, policing it ourselves, and looking out for each other back there. I don't know for sure, but I don't know of a single incident where patrol has had to be involved in any situations back there. If I can be corrected, please let me know. But at this point in time, it's a place that's extremely special. People talk of skiing below the road at Walsh's. There's really nothing down there. It's pretty much buttermilk type terrain. We're not really gaining much by opening that up. The amount of trees that we lose as a result of that situation, to me, is not worth the gain of the terrain. So, I'd like everybody just to consider the factors involved in this expansion. The rezoning, the readjustment of the county road far outweigh the needs of the current expansion right now, and we've got 2 lifts up there that need to be upgraded before we need to pursue this. So, thanks for your time.
Mike. Thank you. Public comment? Okay, I think we're going to bring it back. I don't see anyone else. Bringing it back to the, we had a motion on the table which included the existing motion, the we would be continuing the existing motion that's on the table, a public comment and amendments as described by John Ely earlier, defer to your description. We have a motion, and I think we have a second, and as we're open, I want to come bring it back for comment if Kelly has a comment on what we're talking about with the bifurcation. And
Sure. No, I was watching upstairs. I support the direction.
okay, I'm going to call that question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. I think we passed on that. Now, moving forward on the other half of the bifurcation, the master plan. We've got a list of things to talk about, and I think we'd like you to pick it up and run with it.
Well, and just first, since there was public comment, just also wanted to read the names into the record of folks who submitted letters since the packet was out, so basically since the 3rd of September. I think you've all received these by email, but I just wanted to read the names into the record. Alex Beal, Brad Barker, Chuck Frias, Judy Goss, Molly Brooks, Patrick Sagal, Sean Sheen, Soydem Corbin, and Vivian Saxon are the additional letters that I know have come to me, and I believe have all gotten to you all as well.
At the beginning of
There's
this.
an additional letter that Jeanette passed out from Otten Johnson and on behalf of Marcella Larson.
Oh,
Okay,
I didn't receive that.
and there's another email that just was sent and passed around that came from one of the commenters who had to leave, and that was from Rosa Bello, which I think you'll be receiving that as well.
And I just want to add, I ran into Sheridan Semple in the grocery store and didn't provide any details, but her and Lorenzo wanted to indicate their support for Pandora rezoning.
If I might just, Suzanne and John, I don't think we've seen the Otten Johnson comment.
I can give you my copy.
We haven't either. I think it got here 10 minutes ago, if that's the same one.
Okay.
Right, so we haven't seen that either. Okay, thanks, Suzanne.
Okay. So as I mentioned, the resolution you have in front of you has been redlined, and probably, redlined basically from direction that you have given along the way through this review process.
What page can I find this at?
The resolution's page 371. Is that,
That's what, yeah.
I think everything's in the resolution and then the attachment to that.
Right,
Maybe?
that Exhibit B, listing of
Exhibits,
uses.
yeah.
So just quickly, sort of the overview of the red lines or direction we've gotten from you, changes related to taking out references to Pandora expansion and anything that was tied into that expansion area. We've included the snowmaking language that has been discussed, but that has been added as condition number 10. And then I think the two other issues I left, still open for discussion, but that we have been incorporated into the resolution, were issues related to the sun deck and use of the Silver Queen gondola for night use. And that's condition number 11, and it reflects the applicant's request for the following, which haven't really been resolved yet by the board, which is the number of events nights per calendar year, which the request is for 150. That's an increase from the current limit of 72. And then the hours of operation, essentially what time would the gondola close down? And they've asked for ceasing operations by 1 o'clock for guest transportation, 2 o'clock for employee downloading. Right now, the latest anything can go is 1 o'clock for all of that, but there's also sort of a graduated, there's a certain number of events till 11 and some till 1 o'clock, and there's a little more depth to that, the way it works today. But so that's just one piece. And then the other item for, still I think for some discussion related to the county road access, use of Summer Road, use of Little Annie Midnight Mine Road, related to, routine service maintenance and supply trips, any trips associated with events at the sun deck, and then construction access. So there are kind of different pieces to that. So I don't know if you want to, you can tell me how you want to jump into kind of those pieces of the conditions. We can just sort of walk through the resolution and all the red line language if that's helpful, or let me know how best to
Got lots of comment here.
I
Kelly?
do have
sorry, I was going to go to Kelly and then work this way.
I also just want to revisit Ruthie's again, to tie up that loose end.
And that's, sort of my final was really there's a lot of things that, you may still have on your lists to have some discussion on. I think definitely, making sure we circle back on that listing of uses and activities, which may be sort of those further review uses, is also kind of on the list of things to accomplish.
And then Steve?
So on item number 14, which has to do with the use of the Summer Road, Little Annie and Midnight Mine Road, you give 3 options there that are all written out. Do we need to pick one of those, or can we use a combination of all 3? I didn't quite understand that.
I think those are all for your consideration. I guess if there was another option beyond those 3, you could throw that out too. But
okay, so we have to basically pick one of the 3.
Essentially,
something.
right. It's
Okay.
How much are you restricting access on the backside versus use of Summer Road?
Okay.
All right, and then George?
No, Kelly addressed mine.
She got yours, okay. I would like to just, I'd be happy to go through it in chronological order, if that helps, if that you were saying to take it the way you suggested. Unless somebody wants to dive into some other element first, I'm happy to just take it from the top. If that's what it's what you were suggesting.
Take it from the top of the resolution, or take it from the top of sort of that list of items?
I'm thinking of the list of items,
Okay.
red line, yeah.
Well, I think the snowmaking language that's included as condition number 10.
10, yeah.
Is, basically just the same language that had been presented to you at the last meeting. It's just at this point has now finally been incorporated into the resolution. I don't know if there's anything new.
There's nothing new to the language. We had an abbreviated discussion last meeting just because of the time and the progression of other, items. If the board has any questions regarding that, just
I would
happy to entertain them.
just to articulate how the, say there's a condition where the stream level or temperature, whatever the condition is in question, and I want to be clear, I understand how the county's interests are expressed through the consultant, or how you described him. If you could describe that for me once again.
Sure. Well, the condition sets up the issue of snowmaking and impacts on local streams, particularly Maroon and Castle, at least the lower reaches of Maroon and Castle Creeks, as a cooperative effort between the ski company and the county. It's set up that way because, quite frankly, we've never done this before. The language that has been adduced by cooperative effort between the county and the applicant reflects a previous effort that the county undertook on behalf of, I guess, the public at large concerning the Castle Creek Energy Center that was proposed by the city. So and it was never enacted simply because that issue was determined by a vote, and although the vote was a recommendation in nature, the city went along with it, so the project was removed from consideration. But the intent here is that both the city and the county would participate in establishing or recognizing baseline condition for the health of the streams or the creeks that exist today, and that the condition of the creeks would be monitored through time with particular emphasis on when snowmaking activity was ongoing, particularly when snowmaking activity included the increased ability to make snow that is contained within the amendment to the ski area master plan. If there is an observed negative effect on the health of Castle or Maroon Creeks, as would be measured in large part by the determination of consultants that the applicant and the county are either retaining jointly, or that there are separate consultants that might be have been retained by the county and the ski company independently, that there would be an analysis of what those of what that data revealed, either a decrease in fish habitat or fish populations, or microinvertebrate or invertebrate habitat, which essentially is the base of the food chain for those ecosystems, or any other adverse effect. And if that was observed, then the county would request that the snowmaking activity be curtailed or reduced until those negative observations cease to occur.
Got it. If I could finish the question, then I'll come to you. The last line in the red line is to the satisfaction of the county attorney, which means so your office would have be monitoring that with the activity of the consultants. It's not dependent upon you in particular, although you have, your water experience is vast, but it would be your office. Is that right?
The only relation of that phrase is to what the applicant and the county both determined that should exist, which is a plan of administration, and that a plan of administration would be worked out by the applicant and the county prior to any use of water resources from the two creeks applied to snowmaking. And rather than bring that operational plan back to the BOCC, this authorizes the county attorney's office to approve such a operational plan going forward. And the operational plan would not be to supersede any input from consultants or from the applicant or other departments within the county, but just to establish a protocol of this is what we do here, and if that, then this, and then the next step would be such, and something along those lines.
You're establishing the protocol. Right. Okay, thank you. Kelly?
Sure. And so that, I guess, that would or could include flexibility to the ski code to determine what the snowmaking, what snowmaking they choose to do. So
That's
they wouldn't
correct.
be immediately limited to their current snowmaking. They could adjust the water to accommodate top to bottom.
Exactly. There would not be a limitation as to where snow is made. The concern is health of the streams, so the only concern is the increase in volume of water that would be pulled out of the streams, so that if snowmaking or by extension the actual withdrawal of water from Maroon or Castle Creek is reduced, the water that is still available to the ski company is the amounts that have traditionally been used up to this point for the existing approved snowmaking capacity on the mountain. And that volume of water can be utilized anywhere on the mountain for snowmaking activities. So that does give the ski company the opportunity, if conditions exist, to work on a top-to-bottom path that's made possible by man-made snow.
Right, at their discretion.
Right, at their discretion.
Great.
Thank you. Is that, Steve?
The city of Aspen entered an agreement where they were basically increasing the minimum stream flow in Maroon and Castle to a healthy river flow, and so they increased it maybe a couple of CFS that they agreed not to take less than that amount for their purposes. How does that agreement the city made play into this?
It doesn't. The city's water right is held exclusively by the city and can be exercised by the city as they determine appropriate, consistent with the law. The city has, in the past, exercised voluntary withdrawal limits, but that protocol can change depending upon any number of factors that might occur in the future. This establishes the ability to utilize a water resource that is furnished through the city, but is taken out of two natural streams, Castle and Maroon Creeks, and applied for snowmaking activity in area within the jurisdiction of the county. So the city is within their rights to curtail their withdrawal as they see appropriate, and they may do that in the future or may not. But this protocol, as established, would allow the county to have an active role in at least any additional water that's withdrawn for snowmaking purposes, and have the ability to relax or suspend that as a mechanism to preserve and protect stream health. So the two entities can be working towards the same end, but they're working independently.
Okay.
And by entities, I mean the city and the county.
The city and the county, yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I think enough on the snowmaking. Or next
Do
item.
we want to
Do you want to do a motion and
not a motion,
voting
but
on
just
each?
a
Check in.
thumbs up or check in on each of the items that we discuss?
A thumbs up, and then we keep moving and thumbs all the way through this, and we tally the thumbs and then make a motion? Is that how this?
Sometime you're going to have to take a vote with actual yays and nays and
Right, yeah.
associated
But
with names.
So it'd
But
be nice
you
not to
can-
have to do it on everything, but if that's how we have to do it, we've got 5 or 6 things here we could go.
I would just say, I mean, I support the snowmaking. I think it's essential to do it from top to bottom, and the water at times would be limited, but the ski company does have that discretion to, make a narrower top to bottom kind of a thing.
And the technology and the abilities to make snow, I've learned during the course of this discussion, change all the time. And as technology and physical mechanics improve, it would be logical to assume that more area can be covered by man-made snow using less water in the future.
Right. Comments on snowmaking? Anything? Thumbs up? Is that a nod from you, George?
I'm fine.
Kelly?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm being very good at reading these nuance here. Okay, so that I'll thumbs up for me on this one as well. I think we've protected the resource. We have two entities that are going to be paying attention to what ski company does, and ski company I think has the best interests of the streams at heart in this case. Certainly will be looking over their shoulder. Okay, I'm on 11 here. Night use of Silver Queen Gondola, subject to the following restrictions. A is the lighting restriction, complying with the land use code. B, hours of operation, nighttime use of Silver Queen Gondola, permitted for year-round and for public. Operations will cease by 1 a.m. for guest transportation, 2 a.m. for employee downloading on event nights, unless approved by a special event. The last sentence, I'd love to hear people's thoughts on. The gondola shall cease operations by 8:30 p.m. on non-event nights year-round. I assume that's the current condition. Is that currently how things, is that 8:30 or sometime around sunset, that current cutoff?
Anybody in the room can
thumbs
answer.
up, thumbs down.
There were the definitions around winter and summer, but effectively gondolas cease operations by dark on winter non-event nights and by 8:30 on non-event nights in summer. So the previous resolution, there were a number of items that talked to summer, winter, et cetera.
Right, which we have here, I think, right.
So we've tried to
Yeah.
clean that up and just say, pick that time.
Yeah,
And-
the conversation before, when we addressed this many meetings ago, was basically trying to reach that point where, particularly in summer operations, you'd not be able to operate while it's still light outside. I can imagine in winter, we may very well close down operations, obviously, for gas well in advance of 8:30, but the conversation before was to try to simplify the rules, if you will, of operation, or the limited hours of operation, but set that time primarily in light of summer use.
If you could, and I'll open it to the comments and questions here. Cease operations by 8:30 p.m. I just want to get an understanding. These are operations for general public as well as special events, and whoever happens to be on there, right? So you have public operation at certain hours, and then you've got your special event operations.
This is on non-event nights.
This is for sort of ordinary
Ordinary
operation
nights,
for
okay,
the public,
thank you.
essentially.
Thanks
yes.
It's right there in front of me, thanks. Okay, any comment, question on this topic? George?
So I think currently, at least up to last year, gondola operations ceased by midnight, if I'm correct? Is that correct?
For events.
For events?
For events.
Yeah. So this is.
Well, it was actually more complicated in terms of the current permitted uses or restrictions. And again, it describes both number of events and hours of events under the most or recent amendment. But it called for 72 night events through the year as follows: 50 night events in winter and summer combined. Operations shall cease by 11 p.m. for 38 events and by 1 a.m. for 12 events, up to 14 nights until 11 p.m. in winter for public access, up to 8 events through the year for events benefiting other community events. So there were a variety of different sort of separate features or facets to that operation. Our intent was to try to greatly simplify and just have a common standard for the hours of operation before we get into a question of how many. Just simply thinking about hours of operation, we were trying to standardize it so that it was as
Well, that
clean
makes
as
sense.
possible.
That makes sense. So my question is, why would you need to go to 1 a.m. for consistency? Why not midnight? Because that way you get people down, or your staff down by 1 a.m.
I think that's just because that's where we've seen, if you will, customer demand for events to and after midnight. We're just responding, I think, to our own guests.
The gondola won't turn into a pumpkin after midnight?
I don't think it will, no.
Ours are closed.
No, I don't think it will.
Steve?
My concern, it doesn't matter what time the gondola is running. What would matter to me is the gondola physically running. Does that bother anybody, like, as it gets down near town from the noise of the gondola running? Is there any disturbance, or are there any complaints from the public?
We haven't gotten any complaints in as long as I can remember on it, and I've heard none come through our operations staff. I think probably 20 years ago, when the first operations were approved, there were probably questions or concerns, but of late, no, Aspen Alps hasn't complained to us
I think you've received letters from their managers with respect to the application anyway, and that hasn't been an issue that they've raised in terms of their own comment. But we've been operating without any apparent impact to anybody surrounding us at the bottom. And obviously, Vanell is the closest property and proximate location to the lower terminal, and we don't have guest complaint either that I'm aware of.
Okay. So, I mean, it's the middle of the night, it's dark out, people come down, and the difference between 11 or 12 or 1 is basically the same in terms of the effect that it would have on the public, I think. It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter to the people.
Well, I guess, I'm sorry, I don't want
Go
to
ahead.
interrupt you, but
Yeah.
I guess
No,
my
go ahead.
question is, if you have a large event up at the sun deck, and it's going to go to 1 o'clock, and you start downloading, and so let's say you've got, I don't know, 150 people up there, 200 people. So then you've got, they get down at anywhere, you would start loading them at 12:30, or you just start loading them at 1 a.m.?
No, they have to be
to
done
cease-
by
cease
1
by
a.m.
1.
We've suggested for guest use, it would be done by 1
Everyone would be
a.m.
down
Yeah,
by
we'd have
1
them
a.m.
down by 1, is
Okay.
the way this is written and
All right,
described.
because I could just see sort of this convergence of a lot of party people hitting town even at midnight or 1 a.m. and then scattering throughout town. And then you may have some sort of complaints from some of the neighboring lodging and condominium properties. Because they're all probably, unless they're spaced out over several hours, but I suspect most people will be coming down when the event ends and then dispersing down by the gondola plaza and going which way and hooting and hollering because they've had a good time. And
Well, we may be not the primary impact then, and if the bars are still open till 2, so we may not even be noticed in terms of an offense in that regard.
I think we could clarify that language, George, to make that more clear, that, the idea is that, right, that downloading of guests is that all of the guests are down by 1 o'clock.
Okay.
All of the employees are down by
Yeah,
2
that was
o'clock.
the intent.
That seems
Yeah,
clear,
that
pretty
was
clear,
the
but yeah,
intent.
if there's, if you want, think we should clarify it. More, Steve, or are you?
No, that's.
George is good. Kelly, any comment?
I don't know, I guess midnight seems more reasonable to me. My mom always said nothing good happens after midnight. And it's just a little bit of a in-between here between 11 and 1, and if we're trying to make it more consistent, and I'd be happy to make an exception for New Year's Eve, because you can't ask people to be down before midnight on New Year's Eve. That's how I feel about it.
I'm not too concerned about the late night then. I'm just, it doesn't seem like there's, I think I'll bring up my issue a bit later, but I'm just been contemplating the use of the gondola for as a transportation medium unrelated to skiing or ski company events. That's kind of come up, and I'm concerned about that, but I don't quite know how to articulate it and what would be any different from what's happening already. So I think I'm ready to move on. We've got a midnight, and looks like 1 a.m. as planned here. Is that your understanding?
yeah, I mean, I could go midnight, I could go 1 o'clock. I don't
Back
have
to
an
midnight?
issue either way.
Not a big
So-
issue. Steve?
Well, I'm okay with the 1, I mean, they're all down and offloaded by 1 a.m. So they're gonna be probably having to load people starting at midnight up at the top to get everybody down, I would think.
Right, that's what they're
Yeah,
used to doing.
yeah.
Do I need a thumbs up for midnight or a thumbs up for 1 o'clock?
Yeah, I'm going to sort of hold off.
You're no
Sort of
thumbs up,
right
no
here.
thumbs down.
I'm
Steve?
okay with 1.
You're okay with 1, I'm okay with 1. Kelly's okay
She's
with
okay with
you're a midnighter, okay? So we have to take a note of that, and we'll come back and hash this out. All right. What do we have next, Suzanne?
Right after that, the number of events.
Number
I
of
think,
events,
was
thank you.
To be discussed.
11C. Okay, number of events. We have a request to not exceed a maximum of 150 events in a calendar year. That's up from 72. Thoughts on that?
Ski company's asking for it. What's your logic or your justification?
Mostly, again, just guest demand. I mean, we've seen quite a bit of activity and increased desire for use of the facility of all types. Again, events can range from 10 people up to 500 people, and then you've got to get a special event permit, right, for 500 or over. But we see all kinds of events and various sizes for various purposes. Probably predominantly those are weddings of consequence, but they can also be just meetings, social events, special dinners, astronomy nights, whatever it may be. But there's increased demand, if you will, for access to the gondola and going on the mountain. So we're just trying to respond to those guest inquiries and requests.
Mm-hmm. Now, what is the impact for the backside of Aspen Mountain? If you have music, it has to be inside? You sometimes have outside music?
I think the way the music is described now, we just have to meet all of the noise ordinances for the county and the decibel levels that the county specifies at the property line. So I think that's how it's governed now, and what we're presuming is the continued obligation and responsibility is to meet that standard. There's really, frankly, nobody very close to us, within sound distance, but we're fine meeting those standards. Haven't had a problem or a complaint, again, in those regards, to my knowledge, in the past several years, if at all. So I think that's really not a concern.
Okay.
That's the noise, okay.
We had a wedding about 3 miles from our house the other night, and I went outside just to hear. When the rock and roll band was playing, I could hear the bass from like 3 miles away. We just went out just out of curiosity. Inside the house, we couldn't hear anything, but.
Well, I'm sure if someone 3 miles away heard us sufficiently to be annoyed by it, we'd probably get a call from staff. But we haven't had those, to my knowledge, again. So
Okay.
Other comments on number of nights?
There was at least one member of the public said keep it at 72. So it's not universal in the community that everybody wants more events.
Well, we've had certainly more people than just one ask for this.
I've been to events there in the evening, and I understand why the public wants that available. It's a great venue for doing something like that.
George? Oh, sorry.
Well, for me, it's a big jump. You're basically doubling, more than doubling number of events up there, and I would like to perhaps scale it in and then see how it goes for a year, and then come back and add to it, versus more than doubling the events in one shot. Just see if there's any impacts if you go to 100, or take the average 110 or 111 events, and see if there's any pushback or not. And then if no pushback, then I think the following year you can come back and ask to upgrade it. But that's a big leap.
Understood.
In terms of use.
Yeah, no,
because you've got the gondola running anyway, but you're using a gondola in the summertime for supplies, a snowcat in the wintertime for supplies. I mean, it's just sort of a constant movement. And I understand snowcats are out there anyway, but perhaps not going up and down the same slope. So.
I think the idea of looking at it for 1 year being in that realm of 110, whatever you said the average was, is really interesting because both Steve and George, you bring up a really good point about evaluating the impacts, and not just there at the mountain, but overall in the community. So if the demand is there, there's a lot of other places to have events. And so the question would be, does it drive those events to other places, like property 3 miles away from you, and suddenly you can hear the bass. And right now, that demand is for this place where there's great transportation that's not in vehicles, where it's contained, it's far away from neighbors, it can be served really easily. So I think those are great points, and that's not a bad way to find a middle ground.
I wanted to ask Suzanne, could you describe when the original plan kind of ramped up over time, as I understand it? Is that right? Because I was thinking kind of along the same lines as George about phasing.
It did.
It did.
Over 4 different amendments.
Right, there were various amendments, right.
So it went in steps.
But it
Second one, no complaints. Yep.
Yeah, but right, over time, it then expanded to the point where we landed on the 72.
Big spreadsheet.
I don't remember the numbers originally.
Let's see. So that one is lighting. There's a few that identified events.
So it goes by a certain percentage or a certain number of nights each year or every several years.
This was the original, just identified as number of events, the original resolution, and then the one we were reviewing previously. These hours of operation then started to mix in number of events with hours of operation and the definitions around winter and summer and all the complexity that.
So it looked like the original was 4 per
For
month.
48 plus
Per month
12.
Plus the one
Plus one
public night.
So 48 plus 12 roughly, except for the dead seasons. And then it went up to, after several years or however long, when it bumped up again, 50 night events. Is that where we were? Up
72.
We were
Now we're 72 now,
total.
right.
With all the other.
72, everything now.
Yeah, so it's gone through several iterative steps.
Right, okay. Kelly, I didn't want to jump in front of you, but I didn't want to always go last if you did.
That was the original.
I like the idea of phasing it in and seeing how we go. You know, maybe there's a sweet spot that we can reach and it makes no difference. Maybe that's the upper limit. Maybe it's somewhere in the middle, or you know, maybe the limit will be 73. I don't know. So if it's feasible to phase it in some way where if we go to 80 or 100 or middle ground, I want to get people's thoughts on that. But I would prefer to see it happen gradually. It seems like people get used to things easier that way. We also discover problems.
I would favor phasing it in. One thought that occurs to me is the energy use from running the gondola. If you're doubling the nighttime use, gondolas running continuously, oftentimes they'll just empty cars during the time when all the people are mostly up there. But there is an energy use associated with this for running the gondola that how much electricity does it take to run the gondola for an hour, say? That kind of thing would be important to me.
As we go to providing clean, renewable energy locally or elsewhere, it'd be good to know what the demands will be in the valley. I want to know that across the whole valley.
I guess what I'm struggling with these questions is just, what's our public policy goal here? Like, some of it just seems a little capricious, so like what is our aim in trying to put a number or put a restriction around these things? Is it just intensity of use for that sake, or are there other things that we're trying to get at? Because there's also questions that aren't part of what we're being asked, right? I mean, that they could have noontime events every day, all year long, right? And we're not sort of weighing in on those considerations either. So I guess I'm just sort of struggling with that to know if 72 is the right number or if 110 is the right number. And
Well, we could do like the blue laws that you can't do it on Sunday and do it all the other days of the week. That's what the sort of the rule used to be in our society for everybody.
There goes the sunrise service.
we figured out how to get booze in baseball on Sundays, so.
I think, I mean, for me, Kelly, just to try to respond to you is in terms of what serves the public. And so you've got community members who live in town. I mean, it's certainly not going to affect me down valley. I'm not going to be seeing the lights or the noise. But you do have, you've got a town right at the base of the gondola. So I'm just trying to respect perhaps some of their concerns with noise and lights, with continuous ongoing nighttime operations on one hand. On the other hand, if there seems to be a need and a demand by the community and the resort to be able to utilize the sun deck as well as other facilities for their enjoyment. So I'm just trying to find a balance there. And I think for me, it seems like we haven't heard many of any complaints with the existing operation, but it's a big leap to double it without really understanding if there are going to be any negative impacts or not. So.
Steve?
One other impact I can see is the impact on employees. Say just for instance, you could run 365 days a year. You would have to have basically a whole other staff of, you'd have to double your number of employees so they don't get burned out. You'd have to have different employees for different nights. So there would be increased demand for more employees. Therefore, we need more housing, getting the employees to work. All those things are part of the equation too on the total impact on the community.
The FTE generation that we've consistently shown in the application includes employees for the events. So all of the operations have shown that they can do these events actually without that increase. So it's below the threshold that has been a part of Aspen Mountain as an ongoing.
But my feeling is that there would be a point at which the employees would say they would get burnt out. They wouldn't want to do any more events. You'd have to get new employees to come in or a whole different crew of employees. That's my point, that there is an impact on the employees and how much, because they don't want to work every night of the week, so therefore you have two sets of employees above a certain level. And that's kind of what Kelly was implying, that why not just do unlimited? You could run them whenever you want, do the nighttime events. Is kind of what you were implying, that
Questioning.
yeah, why do we have set any number at all? So there are impacts. If it was like every night of the year, there would be other impacts that we'd have to take into consideration. And some of those impacts are reasons why we do set a limit on the number of the operations.
Well, it's incumbent on us, obviously, to manage employee hours in a way that it make the jobs livable. We have that challenge
anyway,
kind of everywhere, if you will. So I don't think we're insensitive to it. And again, I think with respect to the county, with the baseline FTE calculation here, if you see growth in future accountings of employee hours, then we'd be, making additional contribution to mitigate for those FTEs. Our own approach to it, again, is to proactively try to find source and build our own housing, in the valley. So we've been making efforts to directly
absolutely.
address it. But we think we can manage those kinds of hours and do it in a way that still is sustainable in our hospitality businesses.
I guess I would also just add that whether it's energy or employees or that question of general public policy, being careful about what I would call false comparisons. So if we're running the gondola, how does that compare to 50 events that get pushed somewhere else out into the county, and all of those employees and all of those guests are now in vehicles? So it's kind of, again, just being careful around what that means. All of our employees come down, they get off the gondola, they're immediately on the bus route versus in vehicles. So I think the idea of the public policy is a great question. And do we set this standard wherever we're comfortable to make that jump, but that the evaluation then be, are there complaints around that? If we say it's 120 nights and that's for the next year, and then there's no complaints, how else would we make comparisons that really evaluate legitimate public policy? Is what I would challenge you to be careful about those comparisons. Right? It's not just about running the gondola, it's what's the alternative. If the demand is there for those events, it's likely that event will occur somewhere else in the city or the county.
Are you seeing that demand all year long? I mean, I guess, the way I think about it is, okay, 150 events, that's every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, all year long. But it's unlikely, I would think, that certain times of the year, you're going to have any events on a Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. So I guess I'm wondering what that looks like from your perspective.
And you are right. The demand, if you will, is first and foremost aimed at the weekends. I mean, that's clearly where there's the greatest desire by people to basically book a party, an event, something like that. So in some respect, we're sort of limited by the number of weekends in a year, and that's been something that we indeed have found, is that there is kind of a natural constraint in terms of the number of weekends. I don't know, and we frankly can't predict very well if shoulder seasons will continue to sort of expand, but we've seen that sort of growth or interest from our guests. And in part, I think that's what we're trying to respond to. What originally was thought to be, perhaps first mostly winter and then grew in the summer is like increasingly desired by our guests in the shoulder seasons, whether that's spring arriving earlier or kind of summer extending later into fall. We're kind of just seeing creep in those regards, but first aimed at weekends. So you're correct in that regard.
Okay, so just to sort of reiterate, I guess what I would have assumed was maybe instead of seeing people asking to come in November, you're going to have full, like every night in July, would be where you would use up those numbers of events, but that doesn't sound like to be the case. Like your Fridays, Saturdays, year round are going to be more important than your Tuesday in July.
Company parties, holiday parties, it's because there's such a wide variety of events, it can really be throughout the year.
Sure. So, I don't know, I guess that just raises for me, questions about quiet times, off shoulders, intensities of use throughout the year, and if those are things that we care to weigh in on.
Yeah, well, I would think the reality is the ski company's not going to run the gondola once the season ends through mud season, and probably after the colors turn till sort of early November. I mean, who wants to have a party up there?
I don't know. Nobody's done it yet.
I mean,
that's
the ski company would have to. I mean, you have to ask the ski company. They'd have to ramp up staffing in an off season that they don't normally have. for those quiet times and.
There's a natural
well, and-
quiet
I
time.
mean,
You got a comment, sorry.
Sorry,
What
go
you had,
I was just going to say, Mike mentioned that, indeed, we also have shutdowns in fall or spring for lift maintenance. So, gondola's going to have to undergo that. We know, next year, I know, and we're planning on it for spring. So we have those kinds of things where kind of by the necessity of maintaining and having reviews of the gondola and or other lifts that we'd see shutdowns.
so not counting shutdowns and just off-season. You've got the marginal shoulder seasons, which are, as you say, are kind of nebulous. How many months a year do you, when you count gondola use, months per year, is that 8 months a year? Is it 9 months a year? Typically, when it's open, we've got the winter season, you've got the summer season. I'm not sure how far you stretch it. I'm just trying to get a sense of how many
I think
months of
a
operation.
shorthand answer to that might be you'd see a month and a half in spring or mud season and fall that maybe we wouldn't be typically seeing public demand for it, but so 9 months perhaps would be, what might be considered there. Again, from our perspective, one thing we're trying to do is we can't predict with extraordinary accuracy what people may want in what kind of volumes, and we're trying to preserve as much operational flexibility as we can while respecting the needs to have some time where it's not running, but certainly maintaining some flexibility and doing it in a way that is in fact manageable for us, that we can staff and make sure we've got people to run, yet doesn't introduce complex and frankly impossible oversight by staff or others. So it's a matter of simplifying while still being flexible in our point of view.
Got it. I was thinking of proposing a phase. Maybe in the first year or two, we add maybe an extra day a week for those 8 months, as 32 days. So we go to 104. Maybe we ramp it to 104, and see how it goes. And then is that the phasing we were thinking about, or?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. I just did a quick average in terms of what's currently being used and what they're asked for. That came out to 111, so.
So we're in the ballpark.
Somewhere in that ballpark, yeah.
And I guess for me, what would be interesting about this to do it for a year and study it is, some other kind of policy conversations that I think we've had, or how do we just sort of look at our resort town and the intensities of use around it, and this might provide some really interesting data to frame that conversation.
I think that'd be worthwhile. And we're looking at energy use, as Steve mentioned. We're looking at public tolerance. It seems like their tolerance hasn't been an issue yet. Access to the back of the mountain. I think of Mountain Village in Telluride. I think that gondola, maybe it runs around the clock or close to it.
Close.
It's a transportation device. It's serving a community, and I could see that happening here too. And that's a consideration to take, to consider. I don't know if people you let people on carrying their groceries or their skis at night. I don't know what your rules are, or if there are any. I assume you have rules about people trying to get on in the evening with skis or their mountain bike, of course. Just we could articulate that. Then you had the other question about the number of employees, and then our love of our off seasons and our dark periods, and the shoulder season may have been a brilliant or a terrible idea, depending on who you talk to about marketing the shoulder seasons.
Well, that's exactly what I think,
So maybe we give it
we might wanna hone in
year and we have those conversations and we see how it goes.
But then, Greg, you mentioned one more day a week. Well, I would not do so many days a week. I would do so many days a year.
Total. So we'd add,
Total.
just say 32 extra days, or.
And that way, they're going to be doing more in certain seasons of the year than others.
You could use them all up in the summer if you want.
I would say, I would suggest 110 days.
Okay, we have 110.
Just
to keep it moving, I'll go with that. I'm fine with that.
Just one thought too is that, you're sort of talking about for a year or two. I would guess a lot of these events are booking at
2
least
years
a year
out.
in advance, or more than that. So I think really to
if you really want to be able to talk about, look at what are the impacts, what are we seeing, you probably need a longer
3 years?
phase.
Like, how long is it?
I don't know, maybe you guys have
Certainly,
suggestions.
2 would
Years
make
out.
sense
2 or 3.
for us as we're likewise contemplating construction improvements to Sundeck next year. So
Right.
next summer, we wouldn't probably be having many events given that construction schedule. So the first real year of operations under kind of a return to service model would be 2 years out. So if you're thinking 110, night events, as your baseline, we'd like to see that baseline extended at least for 2 years before you would revisit it, because we don't anticipate much next year at all.
Right, you're not going to be trying to
So
right now.
I would think essentially, we'd probably want to see, though, like 2 years of actual operation.
Right.
So really,
So
that
3
takes-
years
We're
from
3
now
years out.
is
3 years.
2 full
Two.
years.
Then
That's
what
correct.
process?
That, right, then that's the
We
next
need to
question
have
is
some
what is
sort
it
of a
you want
review
to
process where you bring in the
see?
information, we get feedback from the public at that point.
It's really similar to what we did with the Redstone Castle. I mean, that was a new deal, and we came up with a number, not entirely what they requested, and we said, we'll come back in a year, and we'll see how that is, see if there's any feedback. So this could be sort of an annual, if the ski company's interested in upping it again, they could just come back in a year or two and say,
Here's the report.
here's what we found, and here's what we've heard, and let the next board decide.
I have a question. Can you talk about what gondola use looks like during these nighttime events? So I'm guessing, because if gondola is not running at 8:30, like how does the public-private interaction of gondola use get managed on these nights where you have events?
As a practical matter, obviously for most events, in those cases, you've got particular guest lists that are coming. I mean, I'm not personally familiar with being a guest at a lot of those kinds of things, but in those that I have, there have been guest lists. There's sort of a check-in or a sign-in, if you will. You know who has access to the gondola for that particular event. So in the sense that we need to manage a control, there is a process, I know, where that's done in those more managed sort of events. I think if it's a small event, there probably isn't, very often, an occasion where we'd separately run a gondola for 10 or 20 people on a given night. We might have a couple events happening at the same time, maybe 2 parties of individuals might be there, I don't know. Under that circumstance, I'm not sure exactly how it might be managed or handled operationally, but I'm sure that we can control access and do so in a way that doesn't, in effect, let sort of unfiltered numbers of people up or down.
I guess I'm more concerned about public being blocked from access during times where your private events are trying to get on.
I don't think that's really been a problem. That's, say, for example, we have that condition in daytime operations all the time, so particularly in summer. So it's not at all unusual in the daytime or evening for one or more kind of weddings or receptions or whatever to be going on, and those people and their attendees are going up with the public and our guests, and that operation just continues as though we were under regular public operation. And that we've had really no trouble with that kind of thing at all. So I think the provision in the reso that would speak to ordinary operations to 8:30, if that were the case as a general operating principle, all of the public could be coming in those kinds of hours under ordinary operations at the same time, simultaneously. Maybe there's a wedding happening on the wedding deck. So that's already routine.
Thank you.
Could I ask about what goes in the gondola with you? What could I take? Could I take luggage? Could I take, how big a box? A keg of beer? Like if I'm going up the mountain and I want to, whatever I want to do and wherever I want to do it once I'm up there, what can I haul in the gondola? Are there restrictions on that? Do you restrict it?
I am
I want to take my
ill-prepared to
rollerblades.
answer that question.
I just a question. That, yeah, it'd be nice to know. Like,
One of
yeah, what do you
my
allow in there?
Operating colleagues
I've
could
got
probably
my
speak to that.
jetpack.
As in, if you're attending an event or the public or both,
Maybe.
maybe. Maybe both.
Rich Berkeley, Aspen Skiing Company. We don't allow fuel or flammables, and we generally restrict alcohol. So if we know, for instance, a keg would be restricted. And then we try and use the common sense rule, and so far successfully, in that if you're bringing an animal or something up there, we probably wouldn't let you do that. Service dogs in certain cabins, and that's about it. So.
On my Louis Vuitton luggage, no problem.
For just to what purpose? I mean, if you wanted to bring
say I
Louis
wanted to go
Vuitton,
back to
I think we would let you do that. And then just so you all know, we clear the mountain completely before public events. So if it's a normal operating day, it'll be a complete clear with patrol, sweep, and then we reopen for the private event. And then finally, we do not run the gondola when we do not have people on it. So for an event that loads up, we will shut it down, and you'll see it very frequently where it's running at, say, 6:30 in the evening, then it seems to stop running, and then it picks up again when the event is over. So we minimize electric use wherever we can.
Sure. Saves money. Right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rich. Okay, so where do we leave it? We had 110 use days per year, unlimited per. We're not going to limit how many per month. We're just talking about 110 phased in for a period of a two-year review, but it's starting a year later, or 3-year
Let's
review.
say 3 years from now.
3 years from now. Is that enough
the 1 year of
guidance for you, Suzanne? to-
That's too far out.
I would put the impetus on the ski company to come back if they want to add some days.
And tell us.
To tell us and come with an argument why.
Okay, that sounds
Don't
reasonable.
even set a date. They come
It could be
when
5 years from now. I mean, who
when
knows?
they have
What-
the demand for
So
more.
not do an annual review unless we want to go past 110.
Yeah, unless we get complaints.
Well, so that then we're calling them in. How does
Yeah.
that work?
Yeah.
Well,
that's what I
whatever the mechanism works, so that if we get a lot of complaints and it's just too much, our studies show this is a bad idea or something needs to change, we can.
I mean, we did that with the marijuana grow site down in Basalt, and they had annual reviews, and we finally said, well, we haven't had any complaints. If we have complaints, we'll call you back in.
Right.
And you've got 10-year rolling reviews of a master plan under your code for the mountains.
Already
So
anyway.
you'd automatically, at least every decade, have the opportunity to revisit those uses.
Just
I
a
guess sorry.
question. Oh, go ahead, Kelly.
I guess I would just ask, if you would be willing to share your data, if, we come up with a reason or a conversation about recreation management or something that we might think it would be.
No, we actually do, and under prior approvals, are required to share data with the staff, and we're happy to do that with respect to our events.
Great, thank you.
And just to that point, at this point, we weren't requiring the annual review. In the past, we had, gotten an annual report, we had this many events, that kind of information, which we weren't really doing anything with. So it was a lot of administrative piece that wasn't, So again, I think to the end of, you all would be keeping track of that. And obviously, if they came back, I think then it's useful to be able to provide. But we're not at this point requiring that they submit it to us annually.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, so I think we're fine with that.
So my question is, do we still leave that number 150 in there as the maximum that it could reach?
Well, I
We
suggested
start at
110.
110 if they come back to us, or do we just say 110? Then if during the course of the master plan they want to increase it above that, they come back to us? Is that what you're thinking, George?
Yeah, I would put the impetus on
Just
that.
have the number 110 in there with the possibility of expanding beyond that?
Did you want to build in review of complaints or potential for
Well,
finding the complaints?
don't we always have that just as our norm? If there's complaints on any special events, activities, the wedding on the backside, we had complaints and we had to address that.
Well,
we
the wedding on the backside was a single event, so you addressed it with anything prospectively.
Right.
Like the Redstone Castle, there was a specific provision to, revisit upon complaints. Marijuana,
right,
example, that's an annual license renewal, so we always for sure review that.
So,
But if this is a straight out approval, and they're compliant with the terms of the
all
approval.
right, I
and the
understand,
master
good
plan,
point. So
then-
I would say revision based, driven by complaints. However that wording is, I think that's a good point.
Specific to just number of events, or sort of all of these provisions related to the hours, the other pieces of that?
I think all the provisions.
Yeah, I don't think it hurts
For nighttime use.
for nighttime use. Yeah, I think that's a
That
good point.
makes sense, huh? Okay. So are we clear on that, Suzanne?
Yes.
Okay, now where are we? We're on, how far down did we get there?
If there's nothing else for that number 11 related to night events, then we could start talking about some of these kind of the road conditions.
Number 12, just want to bump off that, Sundeck and Silver Queen gondola shall not be used to stage events in the rural remote zone district. We already got the red line in there. Do we need to give you a thumbs up on that addition of Silver Queen gondola, or is that a?
That was just a cleanup at one point. There
Okay.
was a
All
concern
right.
about
So I'm
just calling it the gondola.
Instead of the gondola, got it, thank you. Okay.
In case someday there's
Right, yeah,
another
there's
gondola.
another, right. Okay, applicant, is number 13, applicant may use Summer Road, Little Annie Road, Midnight Mine Road in the summer season for routine service, maintenance, and supply trips associated with the required for mountain operations. Red line is the applicant is committed to utilize Summer Road and the Aspen Mountain Cutoff Road for the majority of these trips with certain improvements to Summer Road, which shall be approved by the county engineer. That's item number 13. This is regarding the corner adjustments and the, where else on Summer, do we go, the Aspen Mountain Cutoff, is it from the bottom, that's from Aspen Street? Is that
Correct.
That's the Aspen Mountain Cutoff. We discussed that. Any questions on that, Steve?
Let's see, which?
Item 13?
13, oh yeah, I'm good on that.
Okay.
I
so
was
we're-
looking ahead.
I don't see George. Anything, we're okay with that? Seems like we've discussed this. Do we know if that Aspen Mountain Cutoff is a county road or a public access road? There was an issue about public access on that.
The connection, if you will, is ours.
That's a ski
from,
company
say, top of Aspen Street, South Aspen Street, up to sort of Summer Road,
Right.
where it comes across from,
Right.
Aspen Alps, if you will. That lower portion of it is ours, and we would then egress from the county road to our road and then out on South Aspen Street, a city street.
Got it, okay.
Okay. Looking at the three options.
On number 14, is that where you're headed, 14?
Yeah, 14, I actually like option 3 the best. Normally, you would use the Summer Road and the Aspen Cutoff Road unless there's a need to use the back. An oversized vehicle, the Summer Road's impassable, or for other, then if there's other situation, then there's a way to get it approved to go when there's, for some reason, you can't use the Summer Road or for the purpose. I mean, to me, that makes the most sense. That takes the most impact off of the people on Little Annie Road, which they've we've had lots of complaints about that and lots of requests to please have a really good management plan that keeps the traffic on the front side of the mountain. And so I think that's a reasonable one, and you always have the option, if there's a good reason that you need to come up Little Annie Road, that you can do it then.
And I guess just to add into that, I think that's most consistent with what the original approval for events up there, which was that, right, we weren't anticipating trips to service events on the backside. And also, obviously, with the intent of that whole area being in rural remote, so again, staff was really looking to continue to limit that. So that option 3 is most consistent with that position.
And that's item number 15 on our list.
Well, it says 15, there's another 15 on the next page.
Oh, so there is. Okay, so that's
It's
just
number
3.
14,
It's
option
14.3.
3.
Thank you.
And there would be times when you would be running more than one truck per day, perhaps. I mean, you're having to go up with, oversized vehicles delivering stuff for supplies for the winter or something. There might be times when you might be doing more than one truckload a day that has to go up Little Annie Road. But typically, so I hate to say you're only allowed one load a day. You might need to take, I don't know what all kind of trucks you have to go up there. If you take propane up or, work on the septic, you have to pump out the septic tank and all these different kind of things that probably have to happen. And there's a lot of them are seasonal and you have maybe a limited time frame to do it. It gives you more flexibility that if they're oversized or for some reason.
Yeah,
Well,
those,
that's a
I was
little
gonna say,
different.
those are really intended to be covered in number 13 in terms
13,
of
the
those
maintenance,
trips related
routine
to our
maintenance things, yeah.
operations. Number 14 and those 3 alternatives, or the 3 options that were proposed, are really with respect to vehicle trips that are aimed at servicing or supporting events up there. So that was the separate issue of events at Sundeck and how they might be supported or provided for in terms of.
So this is more just for the events.
Strictly
This is for
events,
the events.
number 14.
And
Okay,
again, I think your question or your comments still apply, but the intent was one way or another, we wanted to be able to provide for those things that are unforeseeable, if the road, again, and using option 3 is impassable or something like that. But the first 2 options were aimed at reserving some number of trips up the backside road if that proved to be unacceptable, and we knew both the neighborhood and staff still had reservations about that. We proposed option 3 as being an alternative that would allow for some flexibility, that would deal for the unforeseen events or, the things you couldn't imagine happening, whatever it may be. There was still some means of addressing that situation. And if this is acceptable to staff in terms of a way to manage that, we think this can work for us.
Suzanne, that's for you. Does option 3 seem like something that's doable?
Could we add the language hours of use are limited to 6 a.m.?
If it is allowed under option 3.
In all cases, blah, blah.
Certainly, we could do that, and then we have approval on that one. Okay, let's keep moving. All right.
So that next one, Greg, 15, again, is just addressing construction access. So again, whether that would be Summer Road or the Midnight Mine, there will be a specific construction management plan associated with, whatever.
Is your mic on? Make sure your mic.
Turned it off. Sorry.
Okay, so 15 really it's basically subject to approval of construction management plan by the county engineer and ComDev. So that's going to come back to us no matter what. So I'm okay with that. Sounds like that's what we want to do. Are you questions on 15?
I have a question on the previous one.
Oh.
Do we want to track what the road usage is? I guess I'm just, having a hard time envisioning, like, okay, so we've got service maintenance, routine supply, events, construction, all of which can add up to an impact that I don't think we've fully wrapped our arms around.
So you're saying if community development is going to be, it'll be at their discretion, if approval's at their discretion, then they should have some ability to monitor it, is what you're saying.
Yes.
And I don't know if there's an easy,
Understand it.
That means that you have a camera counting trips up and down, or what are you thinking?
I mean, is that something that's just best relied from input from the neighborhood, or?
I'm not sure. I mean, I think I would, probably need GR to let me know what was sort of the best way to,
Okay.
look at that.
That's-
Again, or, I mean, you all sort of have some, records on your routine trips. Those are, I think, kind of tracked. So I guess it just depends if you're talking about a specific project, monitoring that versus sort of the
Typical daily
I think
use.
it's relatively easy to describe estimated number of trips and what's anticipated in a construction management plan, and then have some idea of what's happening there. I can tell you it may be difficult operationally to be able to count or know exactly when, or account for when the truck comes up to empty the grease trap at Sundeck. That may just happen, and yeah, we'd know that it happened, but when and where and accounting for it, frankly,
May not be.
may not be something we could very easily do, or is probably worth the effort, given the very limited number of trips for that.
Right, right. Well, one suggestion, one was that, leaving it up to, if necessary, if it becomes an issue, we've got ComDev will be aware of it, and it'll be at their discretion how things move forward, and whether or not we need to consult the engineer or monitor it. That could also be part of your discretion. Is that right? Going forward, if we had to do something, that they have the discretion to make that decision without it being, we don't have a reporting requirement right now. Unless a problem arises, then we can ask for one. Does that seem reasonable? I think I'm okay with that. You still here? We're good. You're still on it. Okay. Can we move on to item 16?
That's just been taken out.
I get,
Well, there's a
one of
second
the things
16,
I
right?
think I raised in an earlier conversation, I don't think GR was here, was, how do we handle damage to the road and due to beyond general wear and tear? Is that something that's important to us to sort of negotiate with the applicant with regards to their construction management plan?
Is it already part of the construction management plan?
I don't think that, that wouldn't be something standard. I mean, I think like when they rebuilt the sun deck, that was a time where, we sort of had extraordinary, to document the condition of the road beforehand, how it was done. In that case, actually, it was looking to bring it back to a lesser standard as opposed to bringing it back to a better standard. But I mean, that's, it's not something we require, of course, with other types of projects. So then I guess I'd need GR to kind of weigh in more on, they're looking at it from that broader perspective of, the condition of roads and when they warrant improvements, and I'm not sure how that plays out. I did have his cell phone in case we needed him, but I think he'd said he was going into an airport meeting at 4:00.
So
John's nodding, so.
typically, we've got a mitigation fee, if that's the right word, for all of our county roads that if they're getting heavy use, there's a fee associated with that in terms of having to be able to go back and have to improve or maintain.
The obligation is sometimes placed upon
Microphone there.
the obligation is sometimes placed upon the applicant or
Road impact
permittee,
fee, road
so,
impact fee is
like
the word I'm
that.
looking
And
But
or
we're
it's-
only capturing those with a development permit, a building permit, and it's associated with square footage.
Right, and
So
that's, but what you're,
But that's,
I think what George is thinking of is essentially a provision to provide for restoration of any road surface or roadway from deterioration of increased usage, that type of a thing. So we either put that type of onus back on the applicant or permittee to repair any damage, or fold it into our own maintenance regime, do it ourselves, and have a cost associated to the applicant or permittee. Those are, one or the other type of an avenue.
Because there will be construction, there'll be permits coming forward for new patrol shack, for expansion of, even though the small expansion of the Buckhorn cabin, and who knows what else, so.
Right, well, and typically those types of issues address new construction, so that there's an end, once the construction activity is at an end, then the roadway or the road surface is reassessed. Was it damaged? How does it need to be repaired? Or sometimes, like when the sun deck was built, the road had to be improved, and so then there was a concern, well, we need to degrade the road back to the original condition that it was in. But the amount of construction, to tell you the truth, I'm not sure if it rises to the level of concern, given the size of the improvements that you just mentioned, George. They're not very extensive.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
So we don't want to address it.
I'm just raising a question.
The county already has a road maintenance and management plan with different, if you will, service levels associated with the roads. So, for example, I think Summer Road is low service level, and Backside Road, if you will, Little Annie's and Midnight, I think, are limited service level roads. And within that plan and the maintenance schedule, there are standards set forth and set out, and certainly to the degree we impact them, we understand we would have a responsibility, whether that's raising or lowering the standard of the road. We're certainly willing to follow all of those prescripts that are already in that plan and understand it would be applicable to us. So I think we're already subject to regulations that exist in the county anyway.
Okay, if that's true.
Right.
I mean, I haven't had occasion to have to dive into that or look at compliance with it, but that's how I read it and understand it.
The only instances that I can think of are instances of prolonged heavy hauling. And like I said, I don't really think that what's being contemplated under this aspect of the plan really entails that, to be honest with you. And so defaulting to a condition on a permit or a construction management plan that incorporates those types of things, I think that would cover it.
Okay.
Thanks, John.
Thanks for that. Okay, so I think we're okay with this as is. Okay, where are we? Where to next? No more red line on this.
Yeah, did you want to go to Exhibit B, the listing of uses and activities, and just kind of do a last look at that, and probably particularly the further review uses?
I have one previous one that I wanted to talk about a little bit, is the patrol shack, which is in the earlier section that we jumped in behind that.
What page are you on?
Page 371. So I guess my main question would be, I know you would like to move the patrol shack down to a different location. I want to make sure that it's in the best location for public safety purposes. That if someone's at the sun deck and has an emergency and they need a ski patrolman, somebody's choking, they need help right now, the farther away the patrol headquarters is from the sun deck, then that could be a problem. And then there's also the issue of I want to make sure getting from the your proposed location to like Buckhorn, that they can get to all parts of that easily enough. Right where they are now, they're up high, and it's easy to get to all locations easily. You want to put them down lower, which is going to make it harder to get to some locations where they might be needed.
Well, one, not much lower. What we've proposed and what's shown in the activity envelope that's in the application is essentially a relocation of the patrol to what you might call the north wall of the gondola building. So we are slightly downslope of its current location. You are correct, but not by much. And it's certainly within easy access and distance to get into Sundeck for a choking incident, for example. And we believe we can set it at a high enough grade against the gondola building that, you know, catching a contour and going to all points of the mountain is indeed feasible. And in many, many situations across all of our mountains, we've got situations where from a patrol building, for example, there may be occasions where patrollers have to move up, whether that's to access Highlands Bowl or in Snowmass get to top of the Cirque or whatever it may be. Yeah. Those kinds of conditions exist, and operationally we're used to them, and patrol certainly, when they have to go up, can, and they can do it pretty quickly. So we feel that that location centrally position next to the gondola building itself still serves quite well in that respect, and will and can meet the operational needs of patrol. So we're pretty comfortable with that, and you know, Katie Erdl, JT Weldon, you know, that the ops people who are directly responsible for the management have indicated to us, yeah, that can work for them.
You're still keeping a patrol shack on top of Ruthie's, aren't you?
On
top of Ruthie's?
In terms of the restaurant, or you mean
the top of Ruthie's?
Oh yeah, no, we've got obviously other locations across the mountain where patrol can stage or work from, right. And we've contemplated that those kinds of things would continue. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, I just wanted to check on that. To thought had crossed my mind that. And some members of the public have commented on that also.
No, we've given it quite a bit of consideration internally and had a lot of discussion about it.
Okay.
On the same note with the patrol shack, I have to bring up the comments we've received, people in the community who have a deep nostalgia for the existing patrol shack. And yeah, we shake our heads and laugh, but hey, this is part of the funk and the uniqueness of our town. And if you just bulldoze the thing, you're going to break a lot of hearts. And some of them I know are longtime employees or former employees of Ski Company, and they're going to say that why are we chasing the ghosts of Howie Mayer out of this location? This is hallowed ground. So what are you going to do to try to maintain the coolness factor that you're not going to be able to build with a new building unless you bring in a witch doctor to this is an important thing for people in Aspen. You know this.
Mr. Berkeley has a lot of ideas about how to do a really cool patrol facility up there. But you think the design I could give you yet. We understand.
Remember the base of Highlands, the bar at Highlands, the Christian Endeavor bar. There were people still mourning that, and pieces of it are somewhere. I can't even think of where. But
and we'd certainly make pieces available to any member of the public when ultimately the patrol building goes away.
You could put the old. The old baskets up on the wall or something, or have a chair for some of these guys or something, right? That's important stuff. These are the icons of skiing here, and you all realize that. I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page there.
We should make a shrine somewhere down on the mountain, just like take big
another shrine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and the shrines. That's another issue. Okay, thank you for that.
Don't forget to vote for your favorite.
we need a thumbs up for on this. Are we okay with? We're okay. I'm getting a little wobbly here, Suzanne. You're going to keep me on track. We're going to go back to page 388, which is where we were before we went back to 371.
Well, as long as we're on 371, we should look at E.
I'm sorry.
The reopening of Ruthie's Restaurant.
So are you on the further review list on the, sorry, I
Oh,
don't
is that
have,
on back
not
at
on your
the,
same page.
You know, and I was going to say, just what I'd like to accomplish.
He's under number 4 in recitals.
Is there a way I don't know if we're going to get through all of this today. You can.
Oh, yeah, we'll get through it.
You think so?
We're
Okay.
pretty close.
I'm over this.
Okay.
Let's push
I'm
through
kinda
this.
over it too.
Really, really
Let's
close.
stop the
in that
sidebars and
case, I'm
push
gonna
through
wanna
this,
break.
okay?
I have a family obligation at 5:15.
Okay, well, so you're out of here. I want to get as far as we possibly can before we start losing people. So back to 371, we'll just keep hammering away at it. I'm sorry, what was the?
no, Ruthie's
Wait a
Restaurant?
minute, right.
So that's, addressed in under the use list, the listing of uses, further, uses allowed by further review includes, for further review, reopening of Ruthie's Restaurant, for nighttime public dining. And then there's also an item for replacement of the Shadow Mountain lift in a different alignment and/or if there's a significant increase in the bulk of the top or bottom terminals or associated facilities. So that's where that gets addressed, as both of those things would require further review.
Oh, okay, that's simple.
Correct. So that's easy to give you a thumbs up on that one, I think.
The further review uses, again, I'll just, since
Yeah, okay.
I'm there, and I don't know which page, George.
I know,
I'm
I don't
sorry.
use the
You still
same.
371?
numbering they do.
It's the last page of the resolution.
Okay.
If that helps you?
Yeah.
Sorry, so that's also, again,
Yeah.
that use is allowed by further review,
392.
is where the issue of
No, I know, but
bike
this is the
haul
old one.
on the gondola shows up, as that it would only be considered in association with a management plan for mountain biking trails. And that was a prior discussion, where you eliminated the option for the trial use, but we just said you'll come back for further review when you kind of have a plan.
Right.
So that's where that shows up, and that list is also where it shows up that the removal of the resort cabins. So that the master plan does not include any reference to resort cabins as a potential under this master plan. So not even as a further review use. It's essentially removed from the master plan.
But any daytime use of Ruthie's and any
Right,
lift to get to it is
this is specific to.
under their purview without us weighing in on it
Right,
all.
if they were to open it for, daytime operations along with the ski area, is not contemplated here. If that required some change to the building.
Expansion
whether,
greater than 10%
remodel,
or
expansion,
1,000
whatever,
square
that, again, then that falls under other provisions of the master plan to determine if that triggers some review or not. Just in order to open for daytime use even.
Sure. No, I guess I'm very saddened that the Lift One project is not on track, but, if with that vision was weddings down in gardens at the bottom and events up at Ruthie's and transporting people from one to the other and, still hoping that comes to fruition, but I don't know if that, we wanted to weigh in on that or just, let's say, daytime uses, whatever is in Ski-Co's purview and we weigh in for nighttime only. So
Do we have
that's the
anything
question I
else
have
in-
for the board.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else on this further review list that needs to be?
The nighttime use of Ruthie's Restaurant reminds me of Hans Gromminger's proposal for the restaurant up on Shadow Mountain. That was a big topic of discussion for many years in the community. Just having something, of course, that's a different location, but then it would be nighttime use also, where there would be lights up there on Shadow Mountain, and so this is not that far removed from Ruthie's to Hans Gromminger's proposal.
But Steve, that's for further review.
I know that's for further review, but
They'll come back
it's a
around.
blue line thing in here. It was just added in, the nighttime
Right.
was just written in there, so to me, that means it's open for discussion right now.
And that was just because
And
we
ma-
wanted to clarify that we could reopen Ruthie's as is during the day, and it wasn't clear in these, for further review. So we were clarifying that
Okay.
it would come back only if it was to be considered for nighttime use.
Okay, so before in the, it just didn't have the nighttime words in there.
That's right, before it
That
actually said
meant
just
that
to
even to
reopen
open it
Ruthie's.
for daytime use, you had to come back for special review. Is that,
We could reopen within the existing footprint during the day
yeah,
with a building permit.
yeah, and I'm totally okay
Expand it,
with.
or to do
Yeah,
anything
I
nighttime.
urge you to do
We'd have to
that. I think that'd be a great
Right.
project
And then
for
anything
daytime.
else with Ruthie's would have to come back.
Okay.
Agreed.
One other question, and I think I probably know the answer. You mentioned the replacement of the Shadow Mountain Lift 1A in a different alignment. Now, and normally replacing a lift wouldn't have to come through it wouldn't have to be in the master plan. It would be maybe more a Forest Service review or something.
So it's that this master plan shows that revised alignment. In other words, if we change it from the revised alignment that's now shown in this master plan, we have to come back.
Okay.
But if it's either replaced where it is or replaced in the revised alignment that's shown in all of the exhibits in this master plan, we can go ahead and do it.
And it doesn't have to be in the master plan to, like I was thinking, some of the public comments are say, why don't you put a high-speed lift for the Bell Mountain or for the Gents Ridge lift?
That's correct. If those,
You could
if those
you
get
could do that
replaced, we
without
can
having
do
it in
that.
the master plan.
That's correct.
Any of the lifts, if you wanted to upgrade them or
That's correct.
something. Okay,
Exactly.
just wanted to clarify.
And that's in, up above, in the uses that can occur.
All year round.
Year round,
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
So everyone's comfortable with this? Kelly?
I'm not comfortable. I don't support the number one under uses allowed by right during traditional spring, summer, and fall with regards to bungee, trampoline, bouldering walls, ropes courses, slacks lines, challenge courses, structures of a non-mechanized nature exceeding 28 feet in height. Again, this goes for me back to in Ski Coast portfolio, they offer these things on other mountains, and I personally, look at Aspen Mountain as like an alpine experience, and this runs counter to that for me. And 28 feet in height is really high. In addition to just the quality of these activities proposed, so I don't personally want to include them, and just want to check in with the rest of you on that.
Tell me what page you're on. I'm still.
Top of that
392, the very last
The
page.
last page, yep.
I got lost.
Sorry, I look at mine on board view, which you guys
I
don't.
just ask you to add, as you consider that, the words non-mechanized, non-technical, and self-directed. So none of the features that you would see in Snowmass would qualify. You cannot climb that wall without supervision. Those are not self-directed in nature. So this is much more about some of the playground features. I mean, even the spirit nest, we had a hay bale maze, and hay bale pyramid that kids can climb. So these are all of the free activities that have been envisioned on the top of the mountain. So whether it's we don't put in any specificity around bungee, trampoline, that's something that's in the ground that you can hop around on. Again, not manned, but
What would not be, what would be something that's self-directed and 28 feet in height?
It could be bouldering, in terms of the improvement itself, or if we have something, and we've been thinking of things such as suspended walkways between trees and things like that, that kids could go on. And the reference to the 28 feet in height, that's the standard in ski rec zone district for permissible structures. So that's just a height, if you will, tied to the code for what you can build in the way of a structure in the ski rec zone district. So that's the reason for the choice of the 28 feet. And again, we're thinking that there are probably a variety of things that you can do in safe ways without harnesses that may be in the air, that could be suspended between trees, that could be an adventure of sorts for kids primarily, that really could be very natural looking, non-mechanized, as Heather was pointing out.
Well, maybe for me, the vagueness of this is problematic and could be something that under a special review might be approvable. You know, what I'm envisioning is, you know, more than what I would like to see up
So
there.
it's just move number one, under uses allowed for further review?
Yep.
Yeah,
It's added to that column?
Would that be okay with you all?
Okay with me.
that's what I
okay
would
with me.
do.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Kelly, I agree with you. I don't want to recreate elk camp up at the top of Aspen Mountain.
And I don't
Nor
think
do
that-
a lot of
This
members of
really
the public.
doesn't, yeah.
But
Yeah.
doing the non-mechanized, non-technical, and self-directed is a different experience than up at elk camp.
Correct.
And that's our intention. It's really think playground height, right? The platform is 10 feet and the safety surfacing is 12 inches deep. Kids fall from that, right? So think playground, because
But, you know, for me, I'm like, well, then let's say what we mean.
Sure. No, and that's what I'm asking, because I don't think we want to move this to special review. I mean, it means that if we do want to do some in-ground trampolines and a couple of playground structures similar to the Spirit Nest and things like that, we're back here,
Yeah.
which I don't think either.
Yeah, I don't think you want to review a slack line.
And so that it doesn't require a harness. So 28 feet's out of the question for a human at 28 feet without a harness. You're not going to let that happen.
No, but
right?
we could, I
Right.
could imagine.
The top of the
structure
tower,
again,
or the top of
yeah,
the-
top of tower, or something
What's-
suspended in a tree that is enclosed enough that you can't fall out of it, those kinds of
And
things.
right. And the trees typically up there, just
Still a
give
lot,
us an
right?
idea. What's the tree height, treetop height? Can we get an estimate? Is that 40 feet?
80
50?
feet.
Yeah.
80 at the top of
Yeah.
all trees,
Oh,
or
yeah.
80 feet?
More, yeah.
Okay, just trying to
Solidly
see,
80
we're not going to see
Yeah,
this
we're well
popping out.
below treetops, yeah.
Right, got it.
So it sounds like it's either the description of bungee trampoline, climbing and bouldering, and or 28 feet in height. And we find something that
We wanna
better
limit
describes.
10 feet in height, I mean.
Well, then they can't, the thing is, what you're saying is you might need the tower that suspends the thing has to be
Yeah,
15
I
feet
mean,
higher than
even the
highest
play
person.
structures in Hideout, for example, at the base of Buttermilk, are probably 12 to 14 feet in height, interior, inside.
Right.
And at Fort Frog, up on Buttermilk Mountain, I'm sure we probably get 12 to 16, maybe 18 feet in height easily in those structures. So I don't find that those kinds of things are particularly impactful and really merit a special review. Again, they're fairly modest in scale, modest in nature, non-mechanized. We think they're perfectly appropriate to do. And I'm sorry, but I just have to disagree in terms of whether or not there's a need for a different standard on height than it's already been set forth in the code.
I have to think, my biggest concern about this, honestly, is visibility. If there's it looks like an amusement park off in the wood, just on the edge of the woods as you're coming up the gondola or you're hiking from up there, the visibility of a lot of, playground stuff and zip line hardware and things like that are probably more personally offensive to me.
Right.
A fake climbing wall,
Yeah.
a fake rock.
Correct.
Something like that's actually, if it was screened and hidden in the trees and you had a cool maze leading to it or something, and I never saw it as a typical customer. If I wasn't seeking that, I'd probably be fine with it.
Well, and on our activity envelope, we cross-hatched, it's been a few sessions, but we
Right, I remember
cross-hatched
that,
and
yeah.
depicted where in the trees these structures were supposed to go. So in the activity envelope and otherwise in the plan, we've already identified that location in the plan.
Right,
And
and
indeed, it is
and there's
nested
screening.
in that tree stand.
There's screening, yeah, that was the big question. It's like, I know the location, but is it in our face visible, or is it, kind of something you have to discover? That was what it sounds like you're answering it by saying it's not gonna be a sore thumb.
No.
John?
I'm not sold.
The only comment I would have is that it's written very broadly, just from a technical perspective. I mean, the only limitation is non-mechanized. Non-technical is undefined term, so that's really doesn't help. And self-directed simply means that there's no one there to assist.
Nobody-
So,
yeah,
I mean,
right,
you
that's-
could get Fort Frog, or you could get something else that is similar in size or nature, and without any restriction. So, and obviously the particular things that are being described in the list, but they are not limiting, the list is not limiting, are things that it doesn't sound like are offensive to the board, or would be out of character or place for the top of Ajax. So, just pointing that out, it's very open-ended as written.
And
Yeah,
thank you
that
for
was
that.
my concern. It is very open-ended, and that's why I would agree with Kelly to just place this, if we want to keep this open-ended, just place this under uses allowed for further review, and then we can, then the ski company has the ability to actually show what they would like to do and where it would be.
I wanted to point out that the bungee trampoline has already been up there, right, at the base. There's been a climbing wall, or bouldering wall, whichever you call it. We've had that already up there in the past. Haven't seen a rope course or a slack line as far as I know. You've had your disc golf and all that, concerts. So some things have already been happening, and for one reason or another went away, or maybe they'll come back. Some are new. It is a little scary. It's like, oh my God, if you did all these things, it would, so what if they did everything and they put it all at 28 feet? So that is the concern. I share your concern on that. So how do we give you the flexibility
Kelly threw
to
out
do
an
it?
idea, which I support, and so we could argue this all night long with the ski company. It's up to us to decide.
Yeah. One other thought on it. You did have it depicted on a map, the area that this would happen.
Correct.
And was kind of off to the east direction, I think?
It is east, yes.
And so to me, that gives reassurance. It's in a limited area. It's not gonna be just anywhere. You wouldn't be putting the bungee thing right at the sun deck or something, because it's designated. It needs to be over in the area that you picked on the map.
Correct.
Yeah. So that limits the area. It kind of puts it out of the view from the sun deck, as I recall. It's a little bit removed from there.
But it doesn't limit the number of amenities, so it goes on to say challenge courses and related or similar activities, structures, and features. So it doesn't say, we're just going to do this, or we're just going to do that. As John said, it's very open-ended. So, if this board or future board would like to weigh into that, a way to address that is to have that slide down under uses allowed for future review.
So we've got 2 thumbs up for moving it to future review. I could easily go with that.
Yeah. Now, if the ski company wanted to limit the things that would be approved, you could just do it like a slack line, some more limited things.
I guess I'd agree with George at this point that rather than try to rewrite or separate specific items in here, if the consensus is special review is desired by the board, then fine. Let's move all of
Let's move on
it
and do
to
that.
further review is required.
No, I mean, I tend to agree with you, George, because of the open-ended nature of it.
Okay.
You're gonna imagine something that none of us contemplated and go ahead and put it in, and it's like, well, where did this come from? By doing the special review that the Board of Commissioners at that time then could review it, or the community development could review it, and
I would just note that the second part of that, where it talks about disc golf concert, there are things that occur now. So I think we're separating out the, whatever those things are.
Are you comfortable?
In the first statement,
Yeah.
right.
Just to go back
but
in
then
here?
But that some of those other, activities that do occur currently would remain as allowed during those seasons.
Essentially the last phrase and clause, Suzanne?
Right.
Yes. So
Okay.
those would remain in this section, and all the items in the first half, if you will, of that paragraph would
Yeah.
drop. Yeah,
And they get added to number 1, essentially,
yes,
under further review.
yep.
Okay. All right. What else have we got here?
The only other thing that I had a question about is, I guess, responsibilities for maintaining public parking. I don't know if that falls on us or SKICO. Right now, there's public parking that exists up at the intersection of the roads, and I don't think we address that anywhere in here.
I mean, at this, it's not addressed here, essentially, I guess.
You discussed it in your earlier
A
discussions.
lot of the discussion previously related to the expansion and what that might do to change, road alignments and therefore how public parking is accommodated now. I guess in terms of what it is today and what that looks like continuing forward.
Yeah, I think
Essentially,
without consideration of Pandora's, it wouldn't change.
So nothing changes at this point in this,
Yeah.
today, that wouldn't be an issue,
Yeah.
right?
another one
Back
would
to
be,
the
to me, the nature tours like ACES puts on are like a really important public amenity. They use the gondola to get up there, then they're using basically your facilities, so. And then I don't know, they probably are partly on private land where they do the nature tours too, but I think, I don't know if that would be appropriate to mention that in here or require that those be allowed to continue.
that's in the,
I know it-
that's in the use list.
In the-
Environmental nature tours and education programs is something that's, I think that's, allowed all year.
That's allowed.
I mean, and again, this master plan applies only to the ski area.
Yeah.
What's in the ski rec.
Right, it's inside the current area.
Okay, so the nature
That is-
tours actually are going.
They're going up beyond,
They're going beyond,
right.
yeah.
I guess, will the construction of the patrol headquarters affect that parking that's on that east side of the gondola? Okay,
No.
Other side of the building, correct?
got it.
Yeah.
Okay. That was all I had.
On page 390, number 45, it mentions the 150 nights, so that would need to be changed to 110.
Good catch.
You miss anything, Suzanne?
Not that I know of.
Let's see,
So circling
trying to
back,
think of any other items.
yeah, the only
um,
one that was still open-ended was midnight versus 1 a.m. And I guess our question would be, given the way we described the number of events, review driven by complaint, et cetera, to propose to leave it at 1 and 2 and driven by complaints.
Would you be okay with that? You want to push it back to midnight?
You guys seemed,
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
I'm okay with it at 1, and if there are complaints, you'll hear about it, and so will we.
Yeah. We didn't talk about Buckhorn Cabin. I just wanted to tell you that I did hike up to, when they were doing the mountain bike races on Snowmass, I hiked up to the slider cabin and looked at it. It's very modest. It's really well designed. When I picture that sitting on top of the Buckhorn Cabin, must be just the tiniest little mining cabin or something there. I don't know what. But I'm totally okay with doing something that size there. It's very modest, and it'd be a good place for a warming hut or people.
Well, thank you for taking a look at it.
People want to use the restroom. They're skiing down there. They forgot to. They forgot to go when they were up at the sun deck, and stuff like that. I think would be a good thing.
Kelly?
the only question I have about that, I think I may have missed that, I may have been in the hospital during that conversation. We had heard some concern about enclosed tents around the decking area. And I don't know if we foresee that as an issue.
Would that come as a special event permit or something if you're gonna do some big thing there, or is that, putting tents up?
I don't remember hearing that.
No,
He mentioned it.
sorry.
Way early on.
I
Yeah.
don't remember.
I don't
that
recall that.
conversation.
So you have the cabin and a large deck, and you put tents up, and you effectively double the interior size for a special event, or triple, or.
Well, if it were a special event, we'd have to file
file
for
for
a special
that
event.
anyway. Right, right.
But no, the goal there isn't to set up ancillary tent structures.
Right.
In fact, it's to have an open sunny deck, quite frankly.
And we talked about it being set back from the edge of the drop-off.
Which we did. We moved it and adjusted the
Right.
location and the envelope previously.
Right.
To meet that
Okay.
concern.
I'm comfortable with that.
And I guess to that point, I mean, just so you all are clear, I mean, the master plan itself does get recorded, those activity envelope plans, so something like that, the Buckhorn Cabin shift that's reflected in an envelope, that will be part of this record as a recorded document that's tied together with the resolution to, because I think there's a lot of information that's part of what makes the master plan. That master plan is also a recorded document.
I think we've gotten a lot closer today. What else have you got on your,
I'm ready to make a motion if we're done.
I'll accept a motion if you make it.
It's a public meeting, we have to open the
Yeah,
public.
we do, that's right. We have-
Let's keep it to 3 minutes apiece.
Yeah. So far today, it's been under 3, so we're good. So we're gonna reopen this for public comment. If you have a public comment to make on this aspect of the plan, this is your opportunity. Come on up.
Hi, it's Mike Kaczynski again. Just like to say that this has been obviously a long and drawn-out process, and although it may seem like I'm completely against the ski company, that's definitely not the case. I have been born and raised here, grown up, and been through a long process of involvement with the ski company, and I've got to say the current ownership and management have done what I consider to be a better than average, a very good job of improving community sentiment. I think their goals towards the environment and the community have been exemplary, and although I'm deeply against the Pandora project, I do support most of the rest of this project. So just wanted to, thank you guys for looking at the activities a little bit closer. I think the Buckhorn Cabin is probably well needed. What we have there is pretty dilapidated, and the lack of bathrooms there are probably necessary. So just wanted to thank everybody for their involvement in this process.
Mike, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, public comment, we're still open. Anyone else? I'm seeing none. I'm gonna close it down. All right, we're back to the board. We have
I'll make a motion
we have
to
a comment
approve.
from the
Oh, sorry.
attorney.
I had a note here from myself, and Suzanne's comment sort of echoed it. It seems that if the board is entertaining a motion on the resolution, that we need to incorporate the activity envelope maps into the resolution.
I mean, similar, I mean, they end up getting recorded.
Right, but they're being approved.
Right,
and
but
without a.
so they show up in the master plan, and then we also record them as we do other activity envelopes, you know, in a large format as well, so.
It's just that there's nothing in the reso that reflects, you know, the parameters of those without having the map itself attached to the reso.
I mean, I think generally the way it's worked is right, the master plan records with the resolution. So it's tied together, which then that has all of those representations made and as revised through the process. So I don't know, that's not.
Do we need you want to add some language regarding the activity envelopes?
Well, the only thing I would suggest is, in approving the resolution as the board has amended it in your discussions, that it includes the activity envelopes, just so that it's clear that that's part of the resolution.
Sure.
Do we need to refer to each of them specifically?
No,
Because
I
the
think-
title of the resolution includes the activity envelope.
Yeah, no, I think as long as it states that in your motion, that we're good.
Okay. So I'm
All
just
right.
gonna read this then. Tell me if I need to add anything.
Please read it and we'll go.
Okay.
We'll do it.
So I'll move to approve the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving the amended and restated Aspen Mountain Ski Area Ski Rec Master Plan, activity envelope, and site plan review.
I'll second it.
We have a second. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And it's
Okay.
5:12, Kelly.
Okay.
She had to be out of by, yeah, we got 3 more minutes. Anybody want to talk about anything? All right, is there any other business we need to conduct before the end of the day?
Now I'll move to adjourn our regular.
A motion to adjourn.
Second.
And a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thanks, Grassroots. We're off.
Take too long?
I wanted to go.
8 meetings?
We could have continued this, you guys.
Pre-season.